Morena koutou katoa. We will begin our meeting with a blessing and a karakia. Tame. Thank you.
Morena kia tātou katoa e hui tahi nei roto I tēnei whare o te kaunihira o kirikiri roa kānui te mihi atu kia o koutou. Koutou hoki o te hāpori hara mai te whakatakoto o koutou whakaro e pāna ki ngā painga o te iti me te rahi. E tēnei te mihi atu ki te manu kāhui o kirikiri roa ra Paula Southgate. Me ngā mema o te kaunihira e noho nei tēnei ata I te tirihoia ki ngā kaupapa mō tātou katoa, tēnei te mihi atu kia rātou. Koutou e kōrero ana tēnei te mihi mai te whare o te Queenie, kia koutou nā wai hono I te pō, me te mihi ki tana pāpā kia Kingi tū Heitia, ko huri hea hei karupi hata mō Matariki, moi mai, moi mai, moi mai ro te ariki. Nō reira koutou e pai nei, tēnei te mihi aroha kia koutou katoa I rungi tingu, tō tātou kai whakaora, mō ake. Amen. Tēnā koutou.
Tame. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third to last council meeting. So we're getting quite close to the end of the year, and this is a very busy council meeting with the items on the agenda. A lot of items which we feel quite strongly about, so I expect there to be really good debate and questioning, and hopefully we can get through that with in a respectful fashion where everyone has their questions answered. That would be the way forward. Thank you to everybody who's turned up in the public forum today. You might wonder why we went a little bit yellow crazy, but of course tomorrow is Daffodil Day and today was the day we were together. So as a group of councillors, we're fundraising for Daffodil Day and showing some support for all of those that we know who are going through the terrible journey that cancer is, whether you're the person with cancer or you're the family or friends supporting them, and thinking of all those who have passed, and may their memories live on, and we fight the good cause of cancer on their behalf. So thank you for that. Before we begin the meeting, I do have another sad notice, and I would like to suggest that we pay a very small moment of silence in honour of the passing of Peggy Koopman-Boyden, who died a few days ago after a fall. So as we are aware, I'll pay tribute to the great work that she did to create the Celebrating Age and the age-friendly plan. Always in the front, always with lots of positive ideas for council. And I say positive deliberately because while she did want to change the world for seniors and others, she did so in a very constructive way and always had another new idea that where we could go a little bit better in looking after our seniors. And as she would say, what's good for seniors is good for everyone. So she will be a great loss. She struggled with health for some time, so may she rest in peace, and may we just observe a minute's silence for Peggy. Okay, now we move to the confirmation. Hang on, sorry, apologies. We do have quite a few people in public forum today. If you're nice and short, we might have time for questioning, but I apologise if we don't. But we still do value what you have come in to share with us today. So thank you very much for taking the time. Councillors, you will note that I sent a document around to you from the People's Project yesterday from their research, just for your consideration. They were unable to make it today. The apologies, do I have any? No, I don't have any noted. There being no... Everyone's here. Yay. Confirmation of agenda, I'll move that the agenda is confirmed, noting that we have, as I said in my email last night, made a readjustment to the order, and we're going to go into the item on the bylaws, which is... Thank you. And then put the... Oh, okay, we didn't have any apologies to second though, so thank you. But yeah, as you've got, I'm going to change the order of the agenda as advertised. You've moved that, Maxine. Can I have a seconder, please? Tim, all in favour? Opposed, carried. Declarations of interest on any matters before us. Tim.
Member of Te Whakarawai.
Oh, excellent. Yes, thank you for noting. We'll note that. So I'll move that that be noted, and Anna will second. All in favour? Opposed, carried. All right, that brings us on to the public forum, and some of our speakers had some time constraints. Okay, we've got a good number of public forums, so that's excellent. Vanessa's straight up first because I believe you have another meeting to attend on the tail. So thank you very much for coming today, Vanessa. You can pop next to Maria if you don't feel too bad about that, or you can come up, or you can come up the front.
Maria will be fine. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity today to speak on the bylaw review, specifically the Safety in Public Places bylaw and antisocial behaviour. So firstly, I would like to acknowledge the police for the visible daytime foot patrols that have been happening, particularly around Garden Place and the inner central city. We've noticed a definite improvement in Garden Place, and personally, HCBA has made a lot less calls around antisocial behaviour to both CitySafe and the police. We know visible police patrols make a positive impact to the area, and Garden Place does prove this. As we head into spring and summer with better weather, more events and more people outdoors, we are hopeful that this will remain in Garden Place, and I would also like to recognise CitySafe and the patrols of the area and visibility that they have as well. At the same time, we are continuing to receive feedback that antisocial behaviour remains a daily reality around business premises. This includes congregation at shop fronts, intimidating behaviour, hassling customers, especially at outdoor hospitality venues, begging, particularly around money machines, and offensive conduct. Businesses are continuing to experience break-ins, theft, damage and vandalism, and situations inside and outside premises that do unsettle staff and their customers. We want to be a destination for business, workers and visitors, and to do this, and to be this, we have to create and maintain an environment where people want to be, and we need help to do this. As we know, antisocial behaviour has far-reaching consequences, particularly if not addressed. We strongly support move-on orders so police can direct people to move when behaviour undermines safety, amenity and business activity. And we would like to see acknowledged within these orders recidivist behaviour to further allow for patterns of antisocial behaviour to be disrupted. Central city businesses generate around 25% of our GDP, and to protect and grow this contribution, which our city needs, the CBD must be a place where businesses can operate confident in the safety of their staff and their customers. We support amendments to the Safety in Public Places bylaw to address issues I've previously spoken about in Council, including sleeping on public benches, tents and stored possessions in public places, intimidating group behaviour, begging, public toileting. However, we are mindful that the implementation of the bylaw, therefore enforcement, will be the key. We support enabling CitySafe with powers beyond education, with clear escalation for recidivist behaviour, while maintaining pathways to support people who need it. One other bylaw we would like to see further developed to help with risk and theft in business environments is a bylaw around trolley management. This is a bylaw that has been implemented in some councils in Australia to ensure businesses who offer shopping trolleys are responsible for incorporating locking systems for trolley use in their businesses. This seems a reasonable way to prevent some theft in large retail environments and to keep shopping trolleys contained in the area they're intended for use. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a little bit of time for questions of clarity. Clarity. Oh, were you hoping to get away?
I was hoping to drop the
Just
mic
hold
and
your breath.
leave.
There might not be any because your submission was quite clear. Okay, no, you may go.
Thank you.
But thank you very much for coming in, Vanessa. Appreciate it, as always. Next on my list, I have Holly. Also, thank you for the many times that you come in and submit and the interest you take in democracy in this council.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. I'm here to speak to number 9, the events in Garden Place, and I thought I'd come in and share a bit of a story regarding my own experience from many years ago when I first started working in community in Beta. And we started experiencing a lot of issues at Melville Park. Some of you, I think you were around still at the time. Things escalated quite badly. It culminated in an attack on a father who, his kids had come home, some teenagers had stolen his bike. The father went down to confront the teenagers and ended up being attacked by these teenagers with weapons. So it was quite significant. And he ended up coming into the community house. He'd laid a complaint with the police, he'd been to hospital, but he was really distraught about what was happening in the community. And we ended up having a series of community conversations about this. His immediate response was wanting regular policing down there, cameras up to monitor what was going on, you know, quite a regulatory approach. The reality was that the police weren't in a position to be down there enough to really manage the behaviour, and we needed another solution. So we ended up talking to the community and talking to user groups who were down at the park, like the Dog Club, WAG, like the skating rink. We talked to other community members and community groups, like a couple of local touch teams, you know, various others who had an interest in that area and an interest in maintaining a positive space. And as a result of that, we ended up creating greater activity. We activated the space through a range of different activities and through lots of different people. And it ended up having a significant impact on that space. It wasn't about pushing people out, it was about bringing people in. And those teenagers stayed there, but they lost that sense of ownership of that space. They were no longer able to kind of behave in the way that they'd been behaving. Made a significant impact. And so I was really excited to see what you're talking about in terms of bringing more activities into Garden Place through the whānau days, because we know that community connection is a panacea to some of these community issues that we have. And focusing on positive, connected, community-based solutions, which are also really affordable. This isn't about costing councils lots of money. It's about how we partner together as communities to make spaces exciting, interactive, fun places to be. So I really appreciated that. I think that's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Also a little bit of time for questions. Ewan. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, nice to see you.
And you?
When you look back at Garden Place for decades now, we've had all sorts of social initiatives, including the People's Project, have gone out and tried a number of the very things that you're articulating, and we haven't seen that change of mindset. So 2 questions. Why haven't those initiatives produced the results that you've just articulated? First one. Second limb is, what do you say to the businesses that are trying to run a business and are being inundated with this sort of detrimental occurrence? And how would you manage their concerns?
I mean, what I could say is, when I was managing a community house, I was having those detrimental people coming in, sometimes quite escalated, sometimes quite angry, needing lots of different things and things I couldn't provide solutions for. So I know what it feels like to be that person having to frontline those conversations. And I know it's not their business is to work into community necessarily in that way, but what I did have was a list of different agencies that could provide support. And so my conversations were focused around what is it we can do, you know, to help. That helped de-escalate situations. I don't know if that's what every person's going to do in a business, but I think that sometimes we need to think about how we have conversations with people who are desperate and in need. I think I would love to see more ongoing activities in Garden Place. What I've seen over the years is actually it becoming quieter and quieter. There used to be buskers, you know, like this hub of activity. There used to be able to buy baked potatoes, which, by the way, were the best baked
They were the
potatoes.
best,
You know, yeah. So, but that stuff seems to have gone. I think it's the ongoing, regular, kind of organic activity that occurs in places once you've activated that space.
So just for clarity, you're saying it's less about that, it's really about activation as opposed to the community initiatives, because...
It's about all of it. It's about how we all work together to make that happen, and that we will see the organic activation happen as a result of taking some initiative.
That was, thank you, they were useful questions, and thank you for your answers
Kia
to
ora.
those.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Chris, Salvation Army. Good morning. Thank you for the excellent work that you have done. And I remember always, with great thanks, the efforts that you put into the community during that strange COVID experience we all share in common.
Still traumatised. So I'm Chris Fulford from the Salvation Army. I'm the Community Ministries Manager, and my speakings will be just to my little corner of the kingdom, not the entire empire of the Salvation Army. So good morning, Paula and councillors. I'll read this at speed because there's a bit to say, and mind you, just at perfect timing so I don't get questioned by those tough ones. So there's 3 matters I want to speak on, this being what was item number 9, so the social support initiatives, number 13, the bylaws, whatever that is, number now, sorry, and just some general observations of what's happening on the street as it may impact council. So first, in relation to item number 9, Salvation Army is quite in support of option 2. For obvious reasons. We do believe in community supporting community. I should add, particularly in relation to part 17 of that, that I wanted to thank the council for part funding a proposal we put through with our partners Creative Waikato to run some art classes from our centre, to specifically targeted at the indigent with the purpose of building community cohesion. This fits in nicely with other things that we're running, so we're gradually filling up our week with activities that the homeless and folk in poverty can spend their time in more productively. In relation to the public places bylaw, the Salvation Army is concerned for the direction of this, although we do understand the need for clarifications and removing of ambiguities for the staff. Some of these suggested changes are very pointedly directed at some of the most disenfranchised of our city. The homeless are already under sustained pressure by the government, is expecting folk with significant life trauma and mental debilitation to be work ready, and it is then incrementally decreasing their benefits with each failure to that end. This continues despite our pleas to consider a more appropriate benefit class with more realistic outcomes given their current life and health journeys. I guess for me, for our organisation, we implore this council not to go full Rotorua on the homeless of our city, please. I would, in contrast to Vanessa's comments, actually like to advise caution in regard to the idea about trolleys. These geo-locks are relatively easy to knock off, as in to remove the locks themselves. The cost of them would be passed on to Hamilton consumers who are already suffering increased grocery costs. Also, the homeless themselves have proven to be incredibly resourceful, and given their need to constantly transport their meagre belongings due to being continually moved on, I assure you they will find a way. So whether this is a barrow or a sack or a convoy of wheeled suitcases, this will persist. And I would suggest that the trolleys are actually the most manageable option for all of us to deal with this problem, and as much as it at least is one thing that is contained, particularly in relation to needles and some of the unfortunate things that travel along with the lifestyle. My most important point that I want to labour today is that I, as a Salvation Army, are deeply concerned for the habituation of people into the homeless lifestyle. Although our numbers vary considerably from the numbers you received in the emails last night from People's Project, which was a sample, what we're finding is that people that are stepping into homelessness, of which we've in the last 6 months have seen 30 Hamiltonian citizens lose their homes and become homeless, the journey out is not as fast as it is to get in. In fact, we're finding what I would call, I don't know, it's almost like it's become a lifestyle. Folk have been in this lifestyle, some of them for 20 years. So they're being pushed out through sin and circumstance, and they are somehow being held in that space. I believe that if we had 400 homes available tomorrow, we would still have a homeless problem, because we've already had months and months and months of folk adapting to that lifestyle. As far as I'm concerned, every square centimetre of this country is owned by somebody. The birds have nests, the hedgehogs have holes, our homeless have nowhere. If I was on this side of the table, I would be probably a little more adventuresome, and as much as I can see the long-term problems, this is going to be an enduring scar on our community for decades to come, I would be deploying civil defence protocols to look at housing these people. To me, this must not become our new normal. We cannot, even as an organisation, sustain the amount of work that we're going through. Oh, God. Well, that's it. There was more.
How much more?
1 minute and 12 seconds.
Oh. Yeah, we'll do it.
Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you for your indulgence. I'll speak faster than fast. For our part, the Salvation Army is in the trenches and fighting hard against this rising tide. We've experienced significant staff loss from government contract cutbacks. Our social parliamentary policy and parliamentary unit is active in keeping government and media aware of the issues. We have added a researcher to Hamilton, to our building, to track the migration of homelessness, because there is definitely a crescent-like movement of folk through, and understanding how long they're staying, because we have data all over the country. If they surface here, they'll surface there. We've engaged with the CBD interagency group. We've been a very active supporter. We host the event. We've promised our full support. There was a proviso that the council did not keep pushing people around from park to park. For our part, we've done our best. We've created an ongoing hui with the homeless themselves, which is now carried on in partnership with Kaito Pacifica, Te Whare Korowai and the SERV. Very quickly. This is actually primarily to hear their voice, what issues are for them. There is two sides to every story. Some of these stories are shop owners beating them, hurling dog poo at them. There's two sides to this problem, and it's like his, hers and truth as far as we're concerned. We've added to our repertoire of events, as I mentioned. We've got a Waiata Mai, a place for indigent women to come and sing their song and speak their truth. We replicate on a Tuesday for men. Wednesday is focused on seniors. Our Thursday will be with Creative Waikato doing art. We're doing all we can. We run events on the weekends. We have Sunday church, of which we're seeing a growing number of homeless attending, and they're unrecognisable. They're washing their hair, dressed up in good clothes, and I'm like, is that you? You know, so they do need a road out, and I do believe in redemption. And also there's a task force which we'll be participating in, which will hopefully tackle the more heinous problems that you've been talking of. That's it. I'm way over. Forgive me. Thank you.
No, thank you. Look, we do understand the complexity of this issue. I do see a couple of questions, and it's at my discretion. We don't normally allow overtime and be, but if it's one sharp question each, not a prolonged discussion, we can do that. Are you happy to take a couple of questions?
Sure. Can you punch me if I go on too long? Is that acceptable?
No, it's not
Okay,
you.
right, yeah, that sounds good.
It's not you.
Not you you're worried about, okay.
The message is to my councillors, keep it short and sharp. So we'll start with a question from Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and thank you, Chris, for everything you do. You mentioned 30 new homeless people this month. Is that a normal month?
This period for us, 6 months. No, these are folk that we're working actively with. We have the numbers sitting at about 140 rough sleepers and about 250 people in cars, which is significantly more than the email you had last night. Yeah. I stand by those figures. The 30 people were people that we were working with as far as normal help, budgeting, food support, that have now lost their homes and are now living on the street. And that's in the last 6 months.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McIndoe.
Paula, and thank you, Chris. I was interested in everything you said, but particularly your comment about we need to make more use of civil defence protocols. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit more? Because I think I understand what you're getting at, but I'd be interested in...
For me, look, I was in Christchurch during the earthquakes, and I watched the council raise up out of the ashes of a crumpled building and service city to an amazing degree. There were tent cities. There was obviously support coming in from all over the country. As somebody that has a home in ruins, that was immensely inspiring. I think we have a lot of committees and things here. The timelines to me are very long. Whilst we've been sitting here, people have been sleeping through a very cold and arduous winter. We've lost 8 of them to death. You know, suicide, murder. Yeah. This is not a pleasant space for people to be existing in. As far as that, I do not know how all this works. I mean, the Salvation Army do have interface with the civil defence, but as far as tents, land, these are things you would have access to. From our part, I know the Christian community would be committed to trying to help in this, because it's our duty to be the Good Samaritans. And I believe that other agencies would rally round and supply people to... What has happened, and forgive me, this will go 30 seconds, is there is a diaspora. So the spreading of people around the city, moving from park to park, has created a space and place where you're getting low numbers from people's project. The police, City Safe and us are struggling to find the people we're trying to work with. So there is... what would you call it, an inhibition of what's happening to the work that we're trying to do.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, appreciate that. Thank you.
Maria, Councillor Huata.
Kia ora, Chris, no punching needed. With the ongoing hui with the homeless, have Waikato Tainui been invited to be a part of that? And if so, yeah, what's the situation there?
We have asked, people have been... We have asked? Yep, so yeah, I'm not sure why there has not been a connection. We see it as desperately needed, and I think we identified that even in the CBD interagency group 8 months ago. So yeah, so if you have a contact, then
follow that up.
Hook us up.
Thank you. Time to move on, but thank you very much for the thorough work that you've put in and sharing that with us today. The next speaker is Mareta. Also a champion of the community. Thank you so much for the good work that you do.
In the essence of time, just forgive me that I'm not going to go into a full acknowledgement and welcome, but kia ora ana tātou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to come today as a trustee of the SERV Trust alongside Michelle Bandel, who's also a trustee. Alongside our interagency partners, which a few of them have already spoken, to express our support in principle for the report presented to you in Agenda 9 for this meeting. We agree with its recommendations and acknowledge the effort that has gone into shaping initiatives that will support Hamiltonians, create a safer and more welcoming CBD. As trustees, and as community members who walk alongside some of our city's most vulnerable people, we want to emphasise this, that our central business district belongs to everyone. It is a place for business, for families, for rangatahi, for kaumātua, and for those who are thriving and for those who are struggling. Tiriti o Waitangi guides us in this mahi. It reminds us that our responses must be built on partnership, protection and participation. That Māori values tikanga and whakawhanaungatanga, and these are central to creating the solutions that respect the mana of all people. When we do this, we don't just respond to behaviours we see on the street, we address the root causes and lift and support those who need it. At the SERV, we see faces behind the challenges. Every day we provide a hot meal at 5 o'clock from King Street. We connect and help support a safe place for people who are isolated, homeless, or struggling with mental health and addiction. We do this not just to fill tummies, but to restore dignity, build relationships, and remind people that they belong. A quick little story. Recently, a young man came to us who had been living rough in the CBD. He had lost trust in a lot of the services, and most people only saw his anger and frustration. But after coming to the Serve for his meals, he started to build trust with us. And he found friendship, consistency, and the people who would listen without judgment. Over time, we connected with him and offered some employment support, and today he's rebuilding his life. This is what happens when we choose compassion over judgment and connection over rejection. We acknowledge that some behaviours in the CBD are difficult at times, but if we only see these behaviours as a nuisance to remove from the CBD to another part of the city, we risk missing the humanity behind them. And moving those issues out of the city, it doesn't solve these issues. With aroha and manaakitanga, those same situations can become opportunities for healing and change. We believe strongly that businesses and people can both thrive together. A CBD where everyone feels safe, welcome and connected is good for everyone, for commerce, for whānau, for visitors and for our most vulnerable. The Serve Trust is ready to be a part of the solutions. We bring lived experience, trusted relationships and a proven track record of serving with compassion. We welcome the Council's commitment to collaboration and invite you to keep our community voices live, especially our Māori and Pacifica and those with lived experiences. And we can keep those at the heart of the design and the delivery. Together, we can create a city centre that is not just a place for commerce, but a place of connection, belonging and well-being for all. Kia manuia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One quick question from Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, lovely to see you, and I really appreciate the work you do.
Easy one,
You gave a wonderful example of a success. Can you help me focus on the ones that we haven't been able to help yet?
Yep. Yeah.
And I'm assuming that's the majority?
Yep.
So what do you believe is missing? Because obviously what you're providing has captured the occasional person.
Yes.
Where we haven't been successful, why, and who should be providing it?
That sounded like about 10 questions, Ewan, but I'll do my best. I think, Ewan, collaboration is the key here for all of us. And when I, shared before about the voices, we're keen to be a part of the solutions. We know that together, we, like the Serve, we can't come up with all the solutions. I've heard Chris come up with some solutions. There's many that are around this table that can come up with those solutions. Collaboration and listening to each other, I think, is going to be the best solution on how we help all people live proudly and safely in our city. And we've come this morning just in support of the report, because some of us in the interagency have got together to listen to each other and help each other, and we're trying to collaborate. So I hope that the discussion today that you guys have, when this report comes, has that spirit of collaboration to listen to each other and make the best decision for Hamiltonians.
Thank you, that's very clear. Thank you very much. Thank you for both coming down, and I drive that way home quite often, and I see the good work that you do, especially in the evenings, with people connecting and being fed, so thank you.
Kia ora.
Next on our list, Jeremy. Well known to everyone for the fantastic advocacy that he does in the creative arts and so forth, and much more. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to once again join you in Council Chambers on public forum to speak about opportunities in our community. Speaking in response to item 9, social support initiatives to reduce antisocial behaviour in the CBD, but also acknowledge the interconnectedness of things when it comes to the business of council in connection with communities. And we see it falls on the agenda alongside a council submission to a local government bill that speaks to wellbeing, core services and the positive development of local communities, and also to the adoption of an events policy, which also seems relevant in this area. In regards to item 9, of particular interest is the elements of partnering with community groups to develop and deliver a series of whānau-based events with an evaluation report, and also to work with service providers to investigate an expanded community outreach model for the city. Creative Waikato supports both these things as well as the rest of the item, and can speak to the value and impact of these initiatives in local communities. I want to tautoko the presentation of many of the other speakers, including Holly Snape of Community Waikato. In alignment to the examples she has provided, I also want to talk about a collaborative project that we've worked on called Auahatanga Ki Te Kāinga, or Creativity in the Neighbourhood. And with this project paired experienced artists and creative professionals with community houses to create whānau days and opportunities for development that were impactful and demonstrated how these types of activities that combine creativity with community services enable stronger cohesion and a great sense of community connectedness and pride. This program was targeted at supporting whānau who were new to social housing in the area, and so it's part of the kind of development of this work, and we saw that that was deeply effective. In those whānau sessions, we saw people from all walks of life in local communities joining together to engage in those creative activities, share kai, and make community spaces feel vibrant, engaging, and safe. And that's not just to rely on anecdotal stories of what's happened recently in the last few months. There is also a range of robust research that supports these ideas. The World Health Organization demonstrated that the arts improve the built environment, enhance social cohesion, and decrease levels of violent crime, leading to safer places. The Ministry of Culture and Heritage showed that public art festivals and events transform public spaces, inject vibrancy, and connect disparate community groups. The Kākano Youth Arts Collective found that public art initiatives can increase the use of public space and encourage a sense of ownership, connection, and community pride. And also referencing our own Waikato-based research showed that residents who attend or create artistic, cultural, or creative events or activities at least once a month report to feeling more connected to culture, community, as well as to land and place and self. So we encourage opportunities for the responses and proactive engagement outlined in item 9 to consider opportunities to work with artists and creative organisations alongside community groups and other service providers to engage this vision for community outcomes. With our office being based in Garden Place, we've certainly seen firsthand the activities that take place, but also how arts activities in those environments really change the nature of that environment when they happen. Admittedly, some of that is sporadically, but when they happen, it is quite transformative. Whether that's the lunchtime concerts, or the movie screenings on the weekend, or Circus in the Centre that happened over summer, or the Boon events, or the Festival of Weird, or Children's Day, or the Lantern Festival, or Buskers when they were there, or the Buskers Day, or any number of other activities that happen in Garden Place, when those things are actively taking place, the nature of that environment shifts. It is a positive and vibrant environment for the time that those things are happening. There are more people engaged positively. There are more people who come to town for those things, and we have evidence that supports that, and we can see that that resonates in an impactful way. The challenge, of course, is that these things are often one-off or time-bound, so the impact is aligned to the activity. But it's exciting to see how this proposed initial mitigation could support other activity to take place in the future. Creative Waikato has been exploring some of these future opportunities with our partners like Community Waikato and Sport Waikato, but also with the Hamilton Central Business Association, the Hamilton Police, and also most recently with the Salvation Army, in response to some discussions at the interagency working group around creative possibilities in these spaces. There is a lot of potential in these ideas, and through creative activity rather than regulation, we can create positive change in mana enhancing ways that translates across different spaces, places, and people. The key is enabling it to happen. So to close, we support item 9, can see potential connections through future implementation of item 11 and support that, and also acknowledge that there is relevance for these types of initiatives outlined in item 9 throughout a range of communities beyond the CBD. We also finally celebrate the inclusion of so many wonderful community events in Appendix 2 of the Chair's report. That was great to see. Ngā mihi nui. I've done this before, I think.
I know. A perfectly well-timed and executed performance. Very good. And we appreciate the content as well. Thank you very much, Jeremy. I have one set of public forum speakers left, which is Thomas and May. I have two because I have a late one, but sorry. So you're the penultimate pair of public presenters. Thank you for coming. Noting that you're talking on an appendix in the chair's report.
Yeah, it's item 8. Kia ora koutou, thanks everyone for having us here. I'm Thomas Gibbons and this is May Lowe. We are co-chairs of Waikato Community Lands Trust. We looked at item 8 and spoke to Anna Casey-Cox, and she said it would be a good idea for us to just give a bit of an update around Waikato Community Lands Trust and its work around affordable housing. So if we can go to the next slide. Bit of background very quickly. We were set up by Council several terms ago as part of Council's promotion of affordable housing at the time. The key idea of us is to hold land in perpetuity and enable it to be there intergenerationally to serve housing outcomes. If we go to the next slide, a little bit of background, initial discussions, and then finally a trust deed in 2020. We had $2 million earmarked from Hamilton City Council at the time, which I understand came out of the sale of some pensioner housing. We then had to work through refining how that worked because there were some challenges around the initial funding deed. That was then changed. When it was changed, we were able to proceed with the purchase of 4 units in Hamilton East, and we've used the equity in those to purchase a further 4. So we've turned the $2 million into 8 units effectively, which is reasonably good. Next slide, please. What else have we been doing? We have an MOU in place with Habitat for Humanity, which looks both at property management side of things, but also at some of the models and some of the other tools they tap into. Changing central government funding environment has been a challenge for us as for others, and Community Housing Aotearoa is doing some continued work in that space to try to bring some of those threads together. One of those impacts has been we have a combination of subsidised rents and at this stage market rents, slightly below market based on the information we have. The continued focus across all those units is those in need. If we go on to the next slide, we got told we should have an ask when we turn up here. One of those asks is inclusionary zoning. We just want to keep that on your agenda for the future. We're just always looking at partnership and funding opportunities, so we encourage, I guess, some thinking at your end and for future councils about those and how others can work with us as well. May, over to you.
Happy to take questions, I guess, at this point, and I'm sure there's some around. So yes.
If there aren't, sorry.
I'm loving being next to our presenters today.
Yes.
Getting intimate. So the land that the trust holds, that's council land?
No,
No.
it's
Under the trust.
owned by the trust.
Okay, and how do you acquire your land?
We buy it.
Okay. So
Well,
that's
or people can give it to us. as well.
at this stage, yeah. So
That was for purchase of land initially.
yes. Cool. So you mentioned that the $2 million that was given by council was through the sale of pensioner housing. Did the new housing that you built, did that have a section put aside for pensioners?
It wasn't earmarked for pensioners, so it's got a whole range of ages and parents with children and so on. So it's not earmarked for pensioner housing.
Okay. Kia ora, thank you.
Mayor Paula, Thomas and May, will the new granny flat rules give you opportunities to increase the number of units?
It's a really good question.
It's a very good question.
With the section that we have, unfortunately not, but because it is in Hamilton East and zoned for residential high, we would look in the future to see how do we redevelop that and maximise the utilisation of the land so we can increase the units from 8 to more. It's very centrally located, great for public transport, amenities and people who work, So that's on our plans, but for us, we need a strategy to how do we resource that?
Yeah.
And yeah,
Good, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Very quickly, I just wanted to acknowledge our other 4 trustees who aren't here, and Alana, our hardworking administrator.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, and thank you very much for coming in, and thank you for the work that you've done, because you were given a fairly hard task, actually on a very low resource, and so congratulations for getting a tangible outcome, and we hope that you can continue to do so.
Well, we'd love to partner more closely with Hamilton City to see opportunities in the future arise. We are a charitable foundation run by, like us as trustees are all volunteers. So that sets us apart, and our main point of difference is that in perpetuity, we will hold the land in perpetuity for future affordable initiatives forever. So
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you. I have, just let me, sorry, look at the name. I have an additional, Joe? From the Waikato Wellbeing Project. Good morning, Joe.
Kia ora te whānau. Yeah, I'm additional Joe. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'll get into it. I just wanted to, I'm here to tautoko number 9 and just to have a wary view on number 13. But yeah, so I'm Joe. I work in social development, education, youth work my whole life. And I really want to sort of reinforce what's said by Jeremy and Marita about the activation and the ownership of community land, that council land there, to be activated in a way that the question was asked, how do we have these activities that when they stop, it stops, that sort of perspective that was mentioned. That in itself to me is the problem. If you don't have an organic space where people can fill it in their own way, it will never have long-term effects that you're asking for. If you look anywhere else in the world for cities that have got high levels of crime, high levels of tourism, high level of businesses in condensed spaces, they will all have the same issues. Homelessness is not unique to here in Garden Place. I've bussed all over Europe, the UK, Australia, over 5 years. The same things exist, and what they've got is a more evolved understanding of accepting that the whole of society occupies these spaces. When you come and try and enforce something, prevent it, things like preventing sleeping on benches in the morning, you are making enemies of people and they just react. You're fighting fire with fire. I would like to think of the perspective if you saw a white man in a suit who was well dressed sleeping on the bench in the morning, would they get moved on? Or would someone ask, hey, are you okay? And that's something I've experienced as a person. I've had to sleep on a bench to find warmth in the morning because at night time it's too cold to sleep. So where else do you suggest people go? And just because they're there doesn't mean that they're antisocial. There are always antisocial people. There are antisocial people who wear suits as well by the laws they try to pass, but it's hidden and it's not front-facing. So just to share those perspectives and thoughts for the future, and when we look at those sort of bylaws. But going back to number 9, I am really, the project I run is lots of little fires. If any of you have seen in the videos, they're a platform for people to share and speak fully in a place that they feel comfortable to speak with the time and space to do so, which is kind of the opposite to this environment, but we're grateful for it. I'm grateful for it. The next story, the one story we did was with the Serve Trust. I hope that you've seen that to get a better understanding of what they need. The next one will be with Te Whare Kurawai to address the exact situation that they're facing. I work in the youth homeless sector. We've had government cuts massively to the services that help people who are homeless and need support. At the same time, decreased access to emergency housing, which is housing a lot of the same people. So they've not only cut that thing, and they've now cut the resources for the increase that it's caused. That's the reality. So when we're looking at what services can do, they are so hamstrung, it's nigh impossible. What is needed is that collective thing. And yeah, number 9, activating and social collaboration of everyone is to me, if you want to go somewhere new, you can't follow a map. We have to be brave and bold in that. Take failures as learnings, flurnings, and keep moving forward, because the alternative is to keep doing what you're saying. Someone said, we've done these in the past and it didn't work, what do you suggest next? But the questions you're asking for and the opportunities you're giving are to create the same examples of those things again. You know, if I want to go and busk in that square, I can't put a lamp on and go and turn up at 11 o'clock and do it. I'll get told to leave by this building. I've bussed and created spaces for homeless people, for people who are struggling, to come and communicate, to build that authentic relationship. I asked permission from business owners, can I busk outside? It creates a beautiful space. It's not the sole answer, but that part of letting go of responsibility is the only way it can organically get filled by people who care and want to do stuff, you know? And so I'm really passionate about that. And yeah, really, that's, I guess I want to leave a minute for someone to ask me a question. I'll just stop there. But thank you for the time to speak.
You do have a couple of questions. Councillor Wilson first.
Yeah, thanks for your submission. We've heard from a number of experts today that an underlying issue is that some have been living rough for 20 years. It's a lifestyle. How do you recommend that society try to manage those who choose this as a lifestyle? Because that's not, you know, you can't blame a current government for funding cuts if they've been doing it for 20 years. That's multiple governments. So how do you recommend we try to work people away from a lifestyle of living rough?
It's a big question. I really want to speak to you afterwards, because you're a Wilson and I'm a Wilson. We can connect on that. It's too big a question to answer in such a short time period. I'd say, just to frame it differently, how would people who buy multiple properties and rent them out state that that lifestyle is caring for people that can't afford to get one? We're talking about different groups of people from an outside perspective in judging it by necessity. How do we manage them? Well, how do we manage other people? We don't. We have to all find a way to get through this. I think meeting people and speaking to them firsthand will be a cracking start. Embedding yourself in that environment and learning and finding that perspective, and then maybe you sharing it amongst people that maybe you're talking about that don't understand.
Question, if I could, please. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Joe. I was interested in your comments around busking. The changes proposed to the policy for trading in public places is removing the prohibition of using amplifiers, but it's still requiring a permit to busk. Have you seen situations where there's no permits required, or do you have thoughts on how we can be enabling while still managing potential nuisance?
Yeah, I've bussed in cities where there's both permits and, for example, Perth, you have to have a permit and you have to provide evidence to the council. It's so weird because you have to provide evidence that you're any good.
Yeah.
By who's like, oh, if I don't like folk music, you're no good. Do you know what I mean? It's quite a strange thing in itself and quite exclusive. And what I think is more beneficial is that you start without and then rein it in if you need to.
Yeah.
That's what I'd do. I think that every barrier we put in place will put people off participation. Yeah, that's what I believe.
Yeah.
That's what I really believe that, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the good questions, councillors. I do sincerely thank the people coming in to the public forum, because this is one forum for democracy. So hearing your voice helps us weigh up your considerations. So thank you once again. Okay, so we'll now move on to the first set of items. We have the confirmation of the council minutes of the 31st of July, which I will move, and Deputy Mayor seconds. Is all in favour? Please raise your hand. Opposed? Carried. The confirmation of the elected member briefing notes from the 30th of July with their attachment. I'll so move. Anna will second. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Confirmation of the elected minutes from the 6th of August. I will so move. Maxine will second. All in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. That brings us to item 12, the Chair's report. Okay, I'm not going to read it all out. You've read it. You've seen my commentary on the public spaces and the events bylaw. I do just want to note the good work that staff have done across this, because they have been given quite a complex set of directions from council to deal with, and it's not an easy fix, whatever we do. One item I will talk to a little bit is the Local Government Systems Improvement Amendment Bill. I want to thank the council and the submission that Lance has signed for our consideration. I'm absolutely certain there will be some conversation and some hard questions about what's in the report and what should be in the report and etc. when we get to that item. My only view on this is that we already know there will be fundamental changes to the way that we conduct our business as a council as a result of Local Waters Done Well, which leaves our council in a different size and a different shape, and we're going to have to think about that at some point. In addition, the government have been pretty clear that they want a different sort of performance and reporting. They want core services focus, and we're starting to see definitions. I found it interesting to learn that while waste management is something that they consider a core service, promoting minimisation and new initiatives to reduce the amount of waste in the community is not, but picking up and managing it after that is. We did see yesterday, I'll be circulating it, the Local Government Commission has been working on codes of conduct and gave us something to look at yesterday, which I only got it last night, sorry, so I'll circulate it to you. You can respond as individuals, and we will respond as a council in due course. My personal view is that we need to have a much bolder and quick conversation around the future shape for council. To borrow terminology from this council, future fit. What is fit for the future? We know we are struggling to deliver on the current financial restraints that we have. That's one consideration. We know we must drive efficiency forward. That's another thing that we're all agreed upon. That is also not easy unless we start to embrace different ways of doing things, including shared services. Of course, there are some conversations about levies that could be extended across future generations and so on. I note one final point before I finish on that topic is that in New Zealand there are 67 councils, plus the regional councils, bringing you up to 72, I think that's right, 78. And then if you look at Ireland, which has a similar set of democracy to us and boroughs and so on, they actually have 32 councils and a lot more engagement between the councils. So I do think that change, I've never jumped to amalgamation as being the solution, but amalgamation is something we've got to explore. But working better across the boundaries, looking at the way New Zealand functions as a whole local government network must happen. Last thing is I have listed a number of my mayoral engagements. You can read those if you have any questions on either of them. Just noting that I really commend the idea to the new council that corrections come and visit with you and show you what they are doing with people released to the public to make sure that they can re-assimilate into our community in the best way, and it's quite inspiring some of the programs that they have and some of the housing options they have. So I have suggested that they come and see you when your new council is in place. And last thing, a positive thing from me is the Museum of Humanity documentary was stunning. Some of us have had the good fortune to see it. It will now be used. There's a trailer in the agenda that you can have a look at, but I can tell you that's just a sneak peek into how fantastic the story about our gardens is told in this documentary. So I want to congratulate all the staff at the museum and the creatives they used to deliver that product, because it will go around the world and be used many ways to showcase Hamilton. You'll note that, as has happened in other committees, I have acknowledged and would like to acknowledge Councillor Casey Cox and Maria Huata for leadership across two of the important working groups that were convened this term. The Affordable Housing Working Group, which was chaired by Anna, and the Heipo Manawa Ora that was chaired by Maria. So because they haven't been able to previously bring reports to full council, I've appended their reports to the back, and I will give them just a couple of minutes to say anything from that they need to bring to your attention. Maria.
Tuatahi ake mihi ana ki a koe tō tātou kahika mō te whakai kia whakurungi te kōrero e pāna ki tō tātou rautaki Māori he Paumanoa Ora. Just acknowledging you, Mayor Paula, for allowing us to include a report on he Paumanoa Ora, and also want to acknowledge the wider staff of our council for listening to my cries within our different hui and including robust reporting back on the strategy in our different meeting notes and minutes. So that has been noticeable, and it's not just a tick box kind of action. It's been tough because the portfolio was a bit dormant for a little while, so it was just inducting myself into how things have been going and what we need to address, and how we can actually revive the portfolio to make it active, living and breathing. And that's what He Paumanoa Ora is about, the different pillars of our heart that lives and breathes. So thanking our staff and thanking our different members and our community who ensure that He Paumanoa Ora is a living, breathing document. Tēnā tātou.
Thank you. Anna.
Yeah, kia ora, and also thank you for this opportunity, Mayor Paula. The report really just highlights some of the achievements, but obviously there's still much to do. But I think we've made a good start, and it is, I think, affordable housing is embedded in our as a strategic priority for council. So I think that in itself is an achievement. We do have like a critical shortage of affordable rental accommodation in the city, and I think that we can see that playing out with our increased homelessness as well. I am hopeful that our investment in it, and this work does cross over with the Strategic Growth Committee quite a bit, so I'm hopeful that our investments in wastewater in Fairfield, Enderley and in the central city will help to generate the kind of accommodation that we desperately need in the city. So yes, there's a lot of long-term approaches to addressing the affordable housing issue, and I think we're taking the best steps we can. I want to acknowledge all of the community housing providers that work in this space. I've gone to a lot of openings from Te Runanga o Kirikiriroa, and they do such great work in the community assisted living space, and I think that's something that we're going to need, we do need more of in our city, as has been really highlighted this morning through our speakers. And we've got an increasing ageing population. I met with Age Concern this morning, and they're really concerned about the future of that for our city. So this work and looking at affordable housing continuing to is a really critical piece of work for our council. And I want to acknowledge the staff, because they do take this work really seriously, and there's really good feedback in the community about our consenting team and how good they are to work with, particularly from our community housing providers. So I think that can't be underestimated. It's a really important contribution to this space when we make things easy. So I just acknowledge all the staff and the members of the Affordable Housing Working Group for their good contributions, thoughtful suggestions and the things we've looked into. I also want to acknowledge Councillor Wilson with the work with the Bridge Housing Trust and getting that off the ground with the loan there, because I think that was a real tangible outcome for affordable housing. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson has a question.
Not a question, Madam. Sorry, Mayor. I was just waiting for the debate. I thought we were into debate.
No, sorry. Is yours a question or debate? All right, no. No. So are there any questions of the report? No. You're just a bit speedy this morning, Ewan. That's okay. Now we will go to debate. Thank you. I'm not going to debate any further because obviously I have outlined my report in full. I'll reserve my right of reply, however, should I need it. Councillor McIndoe.
Oh, sorry, not Councillor Wilson.
Well, he wasn't on the board just at that moment.
All right, okay, that's fine.
You want to go first?
No, I'm happy.
That's fine.
Mayoral candidate McIndoe.
Nothing to do with that. Your Worship, thank you for your report and also for your further comments on it. Could I also just thank you very quickly for having acknowledged the passing of Dame Peggy Kirpin-Boyden at the start of this meeting. She's a person who did an enormous amount for our city and for the university. I had the privilege of representing the Crown at her investiture in Auckland some years ago. For those who are interested, it is anticipated that her memorial service will be at the Anglican Cathedral either on the 12th or reserve date, the 11th of September. And I'll try to keep you posted if you're interested. Thank you also for your comments on local body reform, rationalisation. I think we all understand that given the challenges that we face at the moment, there is need for change in this area. Your comparison with Ireland, with a similar population and half the number of TLAs or slightly less, is relevant, and I think we just have to embrace that discussion. We are in incredibly challenging times, and everything that we can do to push the right levers and get things under control there is something that I would welcome and try to be a part of. And finally, I also want to acknowledge those who spoke this morning in our forum, particularly on the issues of homelessness and how we deal with the problems that we all know exist in the CBD. Clearly, this is something that will come up later in the meeting, but I do just want to acknowledge, while many of them are still here, the work that they do and the contributions that they have made. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, similarly to Councillor McIndoe, I'll leave my comments on public space to later on the appropriate item. I just want to focus my debate on page 16 of the Mayor's report, and that is the Local Government Systems Improvement Bill. As I reflect on my time here in local government, the one thing that I leave thinking is New Zealand could do local government a whole lot better. And the time is right for amalgamation. The time is right to stand up and say, we should not and we do not need siloed councils with their own HR, back of office, rating systems. It is ludicrous. And the problem I have with local government New Zealand is that they are, by their very nature, reflective of the status quo. So the people who are then left to lobby government about improvements and reform are the very people whose jobs may go as a result of proper reform. So you're never going to get local government New Zealand saying, oh, we need better efficiency. We need to make this more sensible. They much prefer the status quo. And so it takes a bold government to say enough's enough. And I think this current bill is the step in the right direction. Standardisation, efficiencies is the way to glean a more affordable package for the average ratepayer. At the same time, our friends in Wellington do have to start to realise that our rate take capability is limited, and they have to start sharing some of their tax income, including the GST, including paying rates for government land.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you for your report and acknowledging the work of Maria, Councillor Anna as well. And I'll speak briefly in terms of the Local Government Improvement Bill and in your comments there. Now is the time for us to really push hard on shared services. It enables us as a council to retain local democratic decision making, but it also enables us to seek efficiencies by working together with other councils. That could be our neighbouring councils right beside us, or it could be other city councils, depending on who is willing to work together. It must be a focus on the coalition of the willing so that we can make fast and steady progress. In terms of government, and I agree with Councillor Ewan here, right now we have GST charged on top of our rates. It's a tax on top of a tax. And while government can criticise councils for rates increases, they've been unwilling to return GST. They've still been unwilling to date to share things like GST on new builds. So we need genuine partnership rather than beating each other up. We have to solve this together. And so there is a serious conversation that needs to happen. Each subsequent government keeps talking about localism, and when they're in opposition, they'll talk about the need to share revenue with councils, but the moment they enter into government, so it changes. But we're reaching a point where we cannot go further with solely relying on rates as our key source of revenue, and things do have to change.
Thank you. I will just quickly exercise my right of reply. Actually, I agree with many of the statements both Ewan and Sarah have made in their debates. Amalgamation may well form part of the new future. I'm not proposing that we amalgamate our near neighbours at this point in time, but in some parts of the country, amalgamation may not be the solution. And as Sarah said, there are lots of other ways to look at it. Just a small soft rebuttal of the LGNZ comment. LGNZ is actually promoting the review and reform of local government. LGNZ is promoting the same financial tools that you referred to, Councillor Wilson, because they agree that we need a greater share of those. I do want to just say that the metro sector, and I chair that, did a remit to the AGM on working with the government on local government reform, and that was supported by 80% of the membership. So you can't get a clearer direction within the membership of LGNZ than that. I absolutely agree that we should be working together, and I think, and credit to Lance for this as well, because we have in fact been working together, not just with Waipa, Matamata Piako, Waikato District, who are our immediate neighbours. We've actually been working very hard with Tauranga as well to see what services we can share, especially as we come into the water. There may be an opportunity for the CCO that they've set up and the CCO that we've set up to share some of the operational and data costs. So that could be a win-win. I also, of course, continue to have collaborative conversations through the Upper North Island Strategic Alliance, which I chair also, which is the North Island Councils, Auckland, ourselves, and Tauranga, representing the issues around freight logistics, port issues, and a number of other economic drivers like that. So those are the kind of things that we need to grip up to get a better local government future, because neither of you are wrong. How we are currently operating cannot be the solution for the next 10 years. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Thank you, everyone.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Now, because I do see the next two items kind of being related, and also I suspect that the conversation will be deep, I am going to take a small adjournment for morning tea. We have yellow goodies, so for Daffodil Day. So we will be adjourned until 11 o'clock. That gives us a quarter of an hour. Yes? Thank you, everyone. Council, if we could reconvene, please, that would be excellent. Right. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone who participated in bringing a yellow goodie, and big ups to the donut person, because donuts never go wrong as well. Just a reminder that while we have fun with Daffodil Day, the aim of it is to actually make a donation in the box wherever it went. Otherwise, over there. Thank you. So please do put something in there. You can scan and you can therefore donate digitally. So those who don't have any coins, Andrew Bitter, looking forward to it. Thank you. Well, a lot of people do carry coins these days, do they? So. No coins, but lots of common sense. All right, excellent. Okay, we're on to the next item, which is the Public Places Bylaw Review Programme. You've got the report, and Emily is going to present to us. Hello. Oh, hi, both of you.
Morena, kia ora koutou. I am Emily James, a Strategy and Policy Advisor for the Customer and Community Group. With me today is Rebecca Whitehead, Unit Director of Community Services. We also, in attendance, have Megan Crockett from Tompkins Wake. So this morning we are seeking your approval to begin public consultation on proposed amendments to 3 of Council's key regulatory documents. So the Safety and Public Places Bylaw, the Public Places Bylaw and the Trading in Public Places Policy. These documents play an important role in supporting safe, inclusive public spaces across Hamilton. They help guide how we manage trading, signage and behaviour in public areas and support the work of our City Safe team. The proposed amendments are minor practical updates that help to improve clarity and ensure our staff have the tools they need to respond constructively and proportionately to issues that may affect public safety and amenity. This work reflects feedback from staff and stakeholders informed by legal guidance and aligns with our commitment to fair and consistent expectations for everyone who uses public spaces. Additionally, more substantive bylaw work such as alcohol control and waste minimisation is scheduled for next year. Just to note, there is a formatting error in the draft documents. On page 115, Clause 3.6 will remain and Clause 7.3 will be removed from the body of the text as it is now covered in the advisory note, and that same correction applies to page 121. Page 115, Clause 3.6 will remain in the text of the bylaw and Clause 7.3 will be removed as it's in that advisory note at the bottom. And it's the exact same on page 121. So today we are recommending option 2, approve the draft documents for public consultation. This allows the community to have their say, helps us to refine the final versions and meets our statutory requirement to consult. We are happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Just to forecast how we'll handle this item, which could get quite complex as we're sort of simultaneously juggling 3 bylaws, one of which is quite different from the others, is that I will take them at the end separately so that you can exercise your discretion to vote for the parts that you wish. In your questions now, however, and I note Councillor Wilson is starting the questions, if you could be clear which bylaws you're directing your questions to, just to help us all get in the right kind of headspace and staff know what considerations to bring to the table. So, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. My questions will relate to attachment 2, safety in the public places. I have a couple of questions. Emily, what problems or concerns were you trying to address in the amendments that you've recommended?
So I think one of the concerns was around the occupying public seating in a way that instructs its use for, obstructs its intended use. There's another clause around there around protecting council property and structures. That was another sort of gap in that framework. Those were kind of one of some of the key changes. Yeah.
So the occurrence of putting up a clothesline, showering in the fountains, defecating in the doors, which part is that captured?
So we do have something in there around defecating,
Is that
which was already
page 113, item E, 3.1E? Is that a catch-all?
Yeah, it's 3.1D, so the urinating or defecating in a public place other than a toilet, which was already in there, so that's not a new amendment. The sleeping on or occupying public seating is a new amendment. There is around, in clause 5, which is on page 114, we use any public place for the storage of any personal property, either on a temporary or permanent basis, which was to cover that sort of clothesline and those issues. We've also specified use any fountain or water feature for bathing or washing laundry. And those have all come under that protection of damage or misuse to council property and structures.
Thank you, Emily. Mayor Paul, I'm just noting that I'm prepared to move the staff's recommendations on page 92, at least in terms of A, B, C, and part 1, or I, or 1.
Sorry, you. So you want to move the staff recommendation in respect to which ones again?
Attachment 2. I'm assuming, because you said you wanted to do
Yeah, I'll do them.
1, 2 and 3 under C separately.
Yeah.
So I thought no one would disagree with A, B, and hopefully C1 or
Okay.
I.
So you're happy to move those. Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor McIndoe and Councillor Wilson are there. Okay, we'll carry on with the questions across the report. There are no questions across the report? I was going to say, that would be stunning. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I may have further questions after this, but I'll start. So thank you very much for the report. I'm interested in what's already in the bylaw, and so in terms of the safety in public places. So, for example, using soap within the fountains, presumably that could cause damage to public property. Is that not then covered by, you know, general provisions around vandalism and damage to public property?
Potentially that could be an interpretation. I think our approach with this was to make it really clear. So our City Safe officers can sort of intervene early. So I think because that was an issue that was brought forward, we wanted to specifically detail that to remove any ambiguity.
Could we not have guidelines for City Safe officers in terms of what public vandalism, for example, might entail and where it's appropriate, rather than, like, would that have to be in the bylaw, or could there just be guidelines given it legally is covered by that definition of vandalism?
I think we could. I don't know, Calvin, if you have any. Yeah.
Replicate it in this in this policy. Kelvin?
Can I just say, I can answer the question. I think to Emily's point, staff have responded to what they requested, which was to make clear in the bylaw where some of the gaps were highlighted by some councillors. So that's how staff have responded. If there's a desire from elected members to make it less specific, then that is something we can respond to.
Thank you, Helen. I agree that we asked for a range of things in various workshops and iterations of this conversation. However, I think Sarah's question is quite specific. Is it taken care of anywhere else already existing around?
Yeah, could it well just be covered by vandalism as a broader definition already? Or damage to public
Because I was
property?
confused by your blunt no. I thought, you mean no, it can't be covered by anything else?
I think it's a matter of what we're trying to achieve. If we're trying to say, is this an offence, we can make that an offence. If we're saying it may amount to vandalism, it may be nuisance behaviour, it could be impacting people's safety, it could be, and this list can go on and on and on. And it's just being clear in terms of trying to address what was in the resolution to staff.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of then, like, how do we define bathing versus children playing and things? Like, is that going to be an easy thing to differentiate?
Good question, so thank you.
I actually think that's where some of the specificity around using soaps or and things are helpful.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of, sorry, so right now in terms of leaving public belongings in place, if we don't have anything in the bylaw, we wouldn't be able to touch them, or what's possible to do in terms of safe storage?
So council does have some seizure powers under the LGA. Again, I think what we've tried to do with like setting that out really clearly is it helps our City Safe officers to have those really constructive conversations with the public, to be able to say, we've got, under our bylaw, X, Y, Z. If we don't include them in the bylaw, then I guess it is open to interpretation as to what does that actually mean, leaving your property somewhere.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll wait to listen to some other questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Page 94, the report says, enable City Safe officers to respond in a measured way, etc., to encourage voluntary compliance guided by clear rules. And then it goes on to say, if where behaviour escalates to criminal offending, council may refer the matters to the police. I'm just wanting some clarity on how many warnings before it becomes a criminal offence for lying down on a public bench.
Kelvin, that might be you question.
We operate to a graduated response model where we try and engage with people first, then we look to educate them before we move to the enforcement level. And there is no minimum at this point in time. This is future looking we're talking about here, so we haven't got to the detail of it being able to say it's 3 times or it's 4 times. It will perhaps to determine whether it's a repeating behaviour, and whether if people have taken the opportunity when we've given the advice and the encouragement and the education for them to cease that behaviour.
Okay, I'm just, I guess, a little bit confused because the report talks about being guided by clear rules, but we've maybe not worked out some of the operational
We have a set
limits.
of rules, it's called the graduated response model, are the rules that we operate to, but it is not specific where it gets down to how many you must have before there's a minimum. Rules, process,
whatever you want to call it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, because there is difference. Rules can be quite restrictive.
There is a guide.
Yeah, guidelines. Right, thank you.
Okay, but there could be a scenario in which someone does it twice. and that is grounds for escalating it to the police?
Well, it would depend on what's going on. It would depend on, if there are lots of people around and it's impacting people's ability to do it there and then versus there is no one else around, there are different interpretations. So I'm not sort of saying that there is a standard model. There is a discretion that applies in there.
Okay. And then the draft bylaw speaks to any person who breaches this bylaw commits an offence and is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $20,000. Is that a proportional response to people lying down on a public bench? More than once?
There is a singular penalty only under the terms of, and that is what the penalty is. That's merely outlining the penalty.
Is it proportional though?
Do you want to answer that, staff who wrote the changes, please?
So I think the thing to keep in mind with the bylaw is that the bulk of the work of a bylaw is preventative. It would be the extreme case when you would lean into that enforcement. To get to that point, to get to that enforcement process, there is a lot that happens in between there. It is extremely resource heavy. So it's, I think if we're thinking about someone doing something like that twice, it is more about preventative, about having that engagement and the education and those informal warnings. It wouldn't be, 2 times I've slept on a bench and then we're going to enforcement.
Okay, I guess that I've not felt reassured though from this.
Yeah, you've had your own.
There's further detail in the draft that talks about use any public place to store personal property on a temporary or permanent basis, and then also talks about attaching it. So when I lock up my bike in Garden Place, attaching it to a piece of street furniture, am I then liable for a $20,000 fine if I do that more than once?
No, you wouldn't be. And again, I think if you were leaving your personal property in a place that was a nuisance, because this is what this is about, it's about health and safety issues and it's about nuisance. If you were doing that in a way that caused nuisance, you would first be spoken to by a City Safe officer, and it would be a long process. It would never be enforcement as the first conversation, I guess.
Is there any actual other documentation though that can reassure me that locking my bike to street furniture is not in breach of this? Because it is personal property.
I think it would be around the definitions in there around offensive behaviour and nuisance behaviour and protecting the public from health and safety, which is the purpose of that bylaw.
So you're saying the overarching purpose covers it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's hold that there see what questions flush out.
I just have one more.
One more? Yep, absolutely.
What's the cost been of reviewing this bylaw early?
So on page 99, point 55, we have detailed the costs there, and that includes all 3 of the documents.
All 3 bylaws?
Yeah, so the 2 bylaws and the policy. So just to note, the public places bylaw and the trading in public places policy was already up for review. So that was determined by council in early 2024. So that work was having to be done anyway. What was new was the safety in public places bylaw.
And you don't have a number just specific to that?
Not just specific to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Councillor Case-Cox?
Yeah, just a question around the proposed amendment about sleeping in the public places. I did observe a City Safe officer encouraging someone from a seat to lie on the grass, And I'm just curious, so lying on the grass would be acceptable, but lying on the bench wouldn't be? Is that kind of the nuance of what we're trying to achieve?
Essentially, yeah. So I think the clause there was around obstructing public seating for its intended use. So that, and with those seating being council property, that was sort of the intention there with that clause.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of the showering in the fountain, I just can't recall how many people have actually done that. Do we have any actual stats on the numbers of people that might have done that?
I don't think we do have the actual stats, but I know that earlier in the year it was becoming definitely more increasing. So that was what was prompted that.
And what was that based on? Was that based on reports from people, or how did you assess that?
So City Safe saw that
Okay, so there's
quite
some
often.
stats collected, or no?
I'm not sure if they probably do collect stats. I'm not sure how it's coded as to whether that's coded as nuisance behaviour or whether it's coded as specifically showering in the fountains.
Well, we're being very specific about showering in the fountains, though, so I would have assumed that there'd be some good evidence behind proposing that change. Is there any evidence?
Sorry, Councillor Anna, perhaps I could offer a comment on this. There were some statistics that were gathered around a number of instances of antisocial behaviour, and they were circulated in one of the earlier reports to Council, and we can recirculate those if it's helpful. I don't know if they go into the specificity of individual antisocial behaviour, showering, washing, but there were the number of instances that police were called to the area, or the instances where City Safe dealt with an issue in the space. And I'd be happy to circulate those after the meeting.
Okay. And there was mention that, well, Calvin mentioned that the list could go on. I guess, is there the potential that we could continue to review this bylaw and add in increasingly particular behaviours as we are? You know, this is setting a precedent for continuing to list particular behaviours that we don't want to see potentially in CBD?
So I think two things there. One, we have to be really careful with this bylaw that we are not in breach of the Bill of Rights Act. So that is something that we have to keep in mind when we're adding anything into this. I think secondly, to create a bylaw, we need to have a reason for creating a bylaw, and I think some of the amendments to this have come from real issues that have been observed, as opposed to just putting something in there for the sake of putting something in there, if that makes sense. So there are kind of two bits of legislation that guide that, the Local Government Act and the Bill of Rights Act, that we have to keep in mind when we're creating these bylaws.
So my final question is, without putting these amendments in, City Safe officers have conversations already, and if someone's showering in the fountain today, they would be able to have a conversation with that person about showering in the fountain?
Yes, they would be able to have those conversations. The amendments were responding to specific concerns that have been raised of late and trying to work around providing clearer definitions and expectations for behaviour in public places.
And City Safe officers would already be able to convey some suggestion around behaviour? Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Anna? No? Councillor Huata?
E ono ngā kupatai, 6 questions, no particular order. First question is, what's the role of Māori wardens in this space?
So they work quite separately to our City Safe officers. So I don't know, Calvin, if you have more information on that. But it's something that is sort of outside the scope of council. So
comment from Kelvin if he has one. I would just add that, and you may have heard it because you've joined us now on the Safer City Task Force. We have had that conversation there, and within that group, the police are endeavouring to see what ways there might be to have a closer working relationship with Māori wardens, and that's as far as we've got with it. So it's very much an emerging thing rather than a well-developed thing. Do you want to add anything else, Kelvin?
I don't think there's anything more to add to that, Mayor Paula.
With the added money, 1.5 million included in the budget for Māori wardens, is there an opportunity to amplify that conversation?
Definitely. It can come through that group we're meeting, that Safer City group, but we can leave a suggestion for the Forward Council. Is that okay?
Cool. Okay, second question. Are we absolutely sure that the cost for consultation will not exceed 50K?
Yes.
How much will it cost to enforce a 20K fine should it be given out?
We don't have the exact costs for that because we actually have not enforced anybody under our bylaws before. What we do know is that it's very resource heavy.
Has the ability of a homeless person to pay that fine been assessed?
In terms of my review, has that been assessed? Not specifically, but it's definitely something that, like, it's a consideration that we have, and I think, yeah, it's,
Tiakaha.
yeah.
Okay, patai tuatori number 3, there was a few others in there, but what is defined as antisocial behaviour? We define on page 1113, nuisance behaviour, and what was the other one? As I go there. But we talk about antisocial behaviour, but we don't have a definition for it, so we define nuisance behaviour and offensive behaviour. What's antisocial behaviour?
So those are based around, like, the Local Government Act definitions that we can include in our bylaws. I think antisocial behaviour is probably more of a broader term that we've used to talk about some of these issues that we've been seeing. In terms of a definition, it's the offensive behaviour and the nuisance behaviour that allows us to intervene, as opposed to this broader concept of antisocial behaviour. So I think that we do have to keep that in mind with the bylaws.
Okay, how do we ensure that the people that will be affected by these bylaws will be included in consultation, being it something that they don't normally engage in?
So we will be consulting with community organisations and groups that support vulnerable individuals as part of our consultation process.
Will you be talking to the vulnerable individuals themselves?
Potentially that could be something that we look at, yeah, if council has a desire for that.
And there is a group that meets directly with vulnerable people, and again, if council, that's up to council around who we consult with, so. Yep.
Thank you, ladies.
To me, Sarah, if that's okay. Just a question about the boundary between illegal and the antisocial behaviour, and how you've considered that in the drafting of the bylaw. So, for example, just to help me out there, they're defecating. If a person's loitering and, you know, even if they feel a little bit menacing to people, they haven't done that. But as soon as they do defecate or urinate on public property, that is a breach of the law, isn't it? Yes. So at that point, the police can be notified, am I right, by City Safe, and at that point, provided the police had the resource to run after everybody defecating in the city, they could.
Police have a specific power under their own legislation that they're responsible for in respect to urination and defecation, and they, assuming that they have the capability to respond.
Yeah. So that is true. one other question on that, so with that grey line between each, the city safe can go so far and then it becomes illegal. Is indecency, like exposure, not wearing your trousers, which happened a couple of 3 days ago, that kind of thing, is indecency also an offence?
Yes, but there are matters again that fall to the police. And so,
that's right.
yeah.
So at that point, theoretically, City Safe say there is somebody exposed and they go to the police.
We would escalate that to the police, yes.
All right. And the last one, if somebody's, getting a bit agitated and unhappy and they're just talking loudly, etc., that's one thing. Is it when it becomes a threat, I'm going to rearrange your face kind of threat or a harm threat, that is also illegal?
Correct, and that's also a police matter.
So help me out with how, are you confident with where you've pitched this, that you've gone up to that grey line and no further? Or we're clear about what City Safe can do, Calvin? Are you comfortable with that? Because City Safe can't touch people, they can go and help, but I'm just trying to get that little grey area in between sorted in my mind.
I'm clear in my mind, but there is always a crossover, and there is a close working relationship between City Safe and police, and together they will work out what is the most appropriate course of action for those ones that you consider are close to the line. It's clear that the lower level nuisance and, if I use the word, antisocial behaviours are matters for City Safe that generally fall below what's outlined in the major statutes around the country.
I understand, last question for me, I understand from Vanessa that the presence of the police on patrol, and these are not the beat police because they have not arrived yet from their training, but these are the ones that Andrea is circulating through town, that's had a significant improvement on behaviour. So I'm thinking about resource. What resource is required to further have a significant improvement on behaviour? Have we got confidence that the additional, I can't remember how many are coming to the CBD, to be honest, and we know they have to go to the airport, but have we got confidence that the additional presence of police will also have a positive impact?
I'm not sure I can adequately answer that, except to say that there is a very strong correlation between the presence of police and the feelings of people feeling safe and a reduction in crime occurring. So there is a natural outcome that if you're going to have a greater police presence, you're going to have a safer space and people feel safer about that.
And on the weekend, one of the nightclubs had significant damage the day after because somebody must have been asked to leave, to the front of their place. It was one is identifiable on camera and one's not, but presumably that is now also a police matter, that vandalism, because that occurred?
Correct.
Right. And if it occurred to council property as opposed to a private land, it would still be breaking the law?
It would still be, yes, and it would still be a police matter.
Right. Thank you, that helps me a bit. Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I'm mindful we've also got the trading in public places bylaw, so okay, so I just wanted to check we were going to come back
to the trading
to
in public,
okay.
And if I don't, remind me, please.
Debate and vote, and then, okay. Yeah. So, thank you. So my question is to Calvin. Oh, I was. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Calvin, there's been a lot of comment about the cost of enforcing bylaws. There's been a lot of comment about the scale of the penalties. Looking at all of our bylaws, how often do we actually pursue a bylaw to the nth degree and go to court?
For the ones that we're responsible for, most notably that safety in public places, we've never taken a prosecution. And we have to have a prosecution if there is no ability to issue an infringement. And for The other ones that I'm aware of, it is very rare, and they tend to be ones that have an infringement capability. It could be the police exercising the alcohol bylaw or something like that, but it's very rare.
Thank you. No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, where am I at? Sorry, Councillor Hutt.
I just wanted some clarity on if we were to take a prosecution and someone could not pay the fine, what are the next steps then? Do they go to prison?
Perhaps I could assist with that one. Kia ora tātou. So no, fines don't result in prison time. There is an enforcement of fines through the district court. So it would, if someone's earning, there can be an application to garnish from their wages, that type of thing, but there's not an incarceration consequence of it. And really with a situation where there is the potential to prosecute and council's making that decision, there is always, as for any prosecuting body, a prosecutorial discretion. So it's a consideration of all the circumstances of the alleged offending, and then looking at all the circumstances of the offender and thinking, is this a situation where we do spend that resource in taking a prosecution? Is there going to be a useful outcome, whether that is someone paying a fine or some other recognition of the offence having occurred? Is there some deterrence value, or is this a situation where it's not appropriate to take a prosecution? And as you've heard, prosecutions are exceedingly rare to date under bylaws. So it's a careful decision to be made, and it ought not be an automatic response, but a considered one, and that's the case for prosecutions at council level by the police. There is a discretion.
So if we are unlikely to end up prosecuting, and the answers to Councillor Anna's questions around we're able to have conversations with people without a bylaw, why are we doing this?
Very good question. Having said that, quite clearly the reason we have doing this is because it was generated from a number of requests from council's own reports earlier in the time, and the staff have proposed something to meet the needs of those requests of councillors, and in the debate we'll be able to talk for or against that. I'll move on to the next question. If there's have you any more questions, Louise? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Just a couple of process questions. Thanks for the report and your work on this. Do other cities that we know of, are they using some of the changes we're proposing to address antisocial behaviour?
Yes, these bylaws are typical across councils, and our amendments are similar to what we would see across other councils.
Can you give me an example?
So we went down to Rotorua and talked to them about their bylaws, and they're seeing a lot of the same issues that we are, and struggling with the same approach to manage this as we are, I guess, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. Second question, did you talk with the Business Association about the changes, and did they give us some feedback?
Yes, and the feedback was in support of the amendments.
Okay, thank you. And last question, I note we're going to be consulting with the public on the suite of bylaws bordering the Christmas period. So I'm just wondering if there's a possibility we could extend that. And then when are you expecting, if we extend the time frame to consult, when are you expecting the new council will sit for public submissions and hearings?
So we were working towards an early next year hearing, or the appropriate, given the dates that we've provided there. If we were to push that out and go to consultation early next year, it would probably be more around an April hearing date to hear those submissions.
Yeah. So what I'm just seeking some advice here then. Would it be better to just extend the
consultation period, or have it in the new year when people are back? Because I notice it finishes sort of that November, December is just crazy time for people, so I'm concerned that we won't get the right feedback. What would you suggest? What would be the best outcome for us?
I think if we were concerned about that time frame, it would probably be better to wait until the next year to go out to consultation, as opposed to having it over a longer period of time.
Yeah, okay. Or could we start earlier? Given you've got a statement of proposal here?
So the challenge is that we have quite a full consultation lineup over the next couple months, and with elections as well, this was essentially the earliest that we could do it.
Okay. Okay.
So Mayor Paula, as the mover of the motion, I'm happy to amend it to reflect a commencement for consultation as of February, if that helps.
I think if people are,
That makes sense. You've got a big election to clean up after.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
get
Yeah,
established,
straight after the
etc.
election.
All right, that's easily solved, more easily than some of the rest of it, I'm sure. Councillor, you finished, Angela? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Pike?
Thank you. Just a quick one. Thank you, Calvin, for your patience with us. Can you just assure Council that the enforcement of these bylaws will be held with your current graduation practice of leading with dignity and education first, and that only enforced when there's a repeated breach or health and safety issues?
That's the standard way we always do our business, and we haven't got to that last point that you mentioned there of taking the prosecution.
Yeah.
So we've led with the engaging approach.
Lovely. Thank you.
Wilson.
Yeah, very quickly, a question to the Chief Executive, if I could. In all of your years in local government, are having bylaws important?
I feel like I'm being led, yes.
Should you or should you not have a bylaw, even if we haven't prosecuted, or if we did prosecute, it would be expensive?
The answer is yes, and I'll give you a reason, because it actually sets out a position statement, and even though they may not be enforced, I think it puts out there what the principle is of the matter that's being addressed through that bylaw.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Paula. You mentioned Rotorua and the bylaws that they have there with regard to, I think it was sleeping on benches. Is that correct? They've changed that recently? Was it?
I don't think they have a specific clause that states that in their bylaw, but they do have a bylaw that addresses that sort of behaviour on a broader scale. Yeah.
And has that been something that they've amplified recently?
They have, because of the increasing level of behaviour. So Rotorua are working similar to us, but I guess I think we probably felt like we were a little bit further along in our journey than Rotorua. Their issues are very, not all of a sudden, but it's definitely very big for them at the moment. So they are trying a lot of the solutions that we have tried, and trying to, they're looking at doing a review of some of their bylaws. So they are using a bit more trespass in Rotorua than we are in Hamilton.
Okay, and I guess as a result of that, has Hamilton been impacted as a consequence, I guess, of the stricter rules that have been in Rotorua? Anecdotally, and even in our presenters this morning, there was the possible suggestion that people from Rotorua are now coming to Hamilton.
So I can't say that for sure. What I will say is this is an increasing trend across all of New Zealand. So all councils, there's been a cross-council survey done recently, and every single council had seen either an increase or significant increase in this type of behaviour. And that is for, as we know, a number of very complex reasons, much of that led by central government. So in terms of one council being tougher than another, I don't think that's the crux of the issue here. I think it's much bigger than that, and definitely something we're seeing across all of New Zealand.
And so if we introduce these tougher measures, we shouldn't expect that we will be exporting our antisocial behaviour to other areas or even cities in New Zealand?
The short answer to that is no. And I think what I would point out is that the amendments in the bylaw is not about expanding council's powers or extending council's powers. It's about clarifying expectations for behaviour. So it's not going to, the amendments are not going to all of a sudden provide council with powers that we didn't have yesterday. It's really about clarifying a framework that enables our City Safe officers to have those conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had a question off the back of one of you. Oh, right, there it is. Thank you. I'll come to you in just a second. Kesh, is that right? Just I'm trying to read my spider writing. You were talking about sleeping on benches and not allowing people to sleep there. I just want to ask, I'm not trying to be provocative, the correct best mechanism, is it to say if you're falling asleep on a bench and it doesn't quite fit in with what we expect in the CBD or whatever, or is it the best solution to do what we've done, say, with those seats outside Kopi Coffee Shop, which would be darn uncomfortable to sleep on, you'd be mostly hanging off. Which methodology or both would you recommend to prevent sleeping rough in some parts?
I think both, and I think that is what Rotorua are doing. They are changing their seating so that is not possible. I guess what we're trying to do is we're trying to respond to an issue with the tools and resource that we kind of currently have. So that's why we've used the bylaw. But that could be another option that we consider, or looking into the future when we are designing public seating or building more public seating.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Roth?
Thank you. Most of my questions are answered, apart from a couple. Just listening to some of the submissions and from the business community perspective, I just wanted to test whether, taken, council's powers versus when it becomes a police and illegal area. Do you think that there's enough in there, or is there enough, to support local businesses in terms of safety from a bylaw perspective?
So, yes, and we have had quite considerable legal review of this, and so we have made sure that we have got that balance right with providing enough that we can without breaching the legislation that backs this. So,
and for example, if mattresses outside a business, which part of the bylaw actually relates to that? Is that personal property, or just to be clear?
It would be personal property.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Huata?
Just following on from that last one, what is the responsibility of the store owner, business owner, or building owner to manage and maintain the front of their buildings? So if there are mattresses there, can they already just take them away? Or do they have to?
Calvin, are you wanting to answer that one?
It depends on, if you're opening onto a road front, depending on where it is, normally we'd expect the shop, wherever the front boundary of the shop is, that's the shopkeeper's property, and they have the ability to remove things, they have the ability to either trespass or to seek our engagement to trespass someone who is using their property.
Cool. What happens in the case where the building is empty?
The building still has an owner.
Yeah.
That doesn't materially change. It would need us to go and have some conversations with the building owner.
Can you go check out the building owner across from the museum? There's a mattress hanging out on their door stoop. And last question, because it was asked of our CE, as a former law enforcer yourself, Matua Calvin, with high repute, yes or no answer, do you agree with the safety bylaw amendments, yes or no?
I think you're setting me up one way or the other. I absolutely agree that we need a framework that's going to give some clarity around rules about what is acceptable and what's not. If we keep going back to what is the purpose, we want to have a safe, vibrant community. We want to make sure that our people feel safe, and this is a major step towards making them feel safer.
Perhaps consider a political career.
I absolutely hated the yes and no questions when I was running my various campaigns because there's always shades of grey. But thankfully, I do not have to worry about those this time. Okay, I think we've had a really good chew at these issues and lots of questions have been answered. And so I think it's right now that we go to, and Ewan's moved, moving A. Let's leave B because the statement and proposal might end up with some amendments. Who knows? Oh, subject to amendments. Thank you, that's helpful. Okay, so yes, we can leave B in. So A, B and C, you're doing Roman numerals 1 and 2? Yes? Just count, and it's been seconded by Tim?
1 and 2?
1 and 2? Or
It was just one.
Just one. Just one. Let's just go with one. Thank you. That's why I was just trying to step through. Thank you. So that is what we're doing. Actually, I think we'll take those in parts in the sense that, you know, some people will receive the report. So let's go separate A and B, which is just approving receiving the report and approving that some kind of draft document subject to amendments will go out. So we'll do that with an all in favour. Yes?
Just a question on the motion.
Yep.
With a focus on engagement with the Central Business District residents and businesses, is the term residents in there aiming to include people who are currently homeless or sleeping rough?
That C relates to general consultation. I would prefer that it says with a focus, including a focus, because I wasn't intending to be restrictive. And I was just focused on the idea that the Central Business District has asked us many times to drill in and understand what's right for the Central District businesses and the people who live and work there. So it was about that. I haven't made any I hadn't thought any deeper than that.
Just the earlier, I think it was Councillor Anna's questions on whether or not we will be proactive in including the people this affects. I think it was Helen who said we need to direct staff to do that.
Well, you'd have to propose.
I'm not unhappy if we add Central Business District residents, businesses and community groups, because I think we've heard a lot of evidence it's the community groups that have this direct relationship with these individuals. Does that mitigate your concern?
It may or may not, but you can.
Well, if it doesn't, then I won't bother put it in. So,
I was just seeking clarity on what was meant by the words.
well, I would draw your attention to that it's not excluding consultation with those.
Yeah.
By its very nature, it captures them. There's an expectation.
I think now I'm putting the word including instead of with a focus on, which we had originally. Helps that. It is what it is, and you can cast your vote accordingly. So first of all, I'm going to ask the council to receive the report on, and you're not going to speak to that as you move us. So all in favour? Aye. Opposed, carried. I'm going to move that we approve the draft statement of proposal, given subject to amendments, and there's more conversation to come, right? And widely communicated. I'll put that to the debate. Is there any debate on that? That's B.
I think the rest we need to, the rest we need to move as motions.
Yeah, we will. So we've.
So I'm happy to speak to B.
Yep, getting there. So do you want to speak to B? Because that's where we're at.
Well, I'm going to speak to the balance of what's on the board.
Yep, let's do that.
Okay.
Let's do that. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say thank you to the staff. I think the staff have done an absolutely outstanding job. They've engaged sensibly, they've taken good legal advice, and that they have said very clearly that they didn't need to start from scratch. They just needed some fine-tuning of the bylaws they'd already had in place. Now, this started with me raising concerns about the level of safety and introducing new bylaws, and staff have gone out and said, look, we just need better clarities in these areas. So I think staff have done an excellent job and that they've lived within the Bill of Rights. Let's remind ourselves the problem we were trying to fix. We were trying to fix the drug use, the showering in the fountains, defecating, and the other antisocial behaviour. And we weren't doing that for any particular audience. We were just saying, as a general principle, that sort of behaviour is not appropriate. Now, some in this chamber are suggesting that, you know, because there could be costs associated with pursuing a bylaw and that the fines could be quite significant, that why would we have this bylaw? Well, they would have to turn their mind. They'd have to turn their mind and say, well, the same logic would mean we'd get rid of all bylaws, the equivalent of anarchy. So I notice that those who are smiling in the chamber need to reflect on that if they're suggesting that because there is cost involved, we shouldn't have it. Here's the thing. This is actually not a complicated question. The community have expressed a problem. Staff have gone away with a really good clarification. If you vote against this, what are you saying? Are you saying that, in fact, you're encompassing or embracing the types of antisocial behaviour? What it does not do is eliminate all the other options we could pursue. That includes working with the community groups. This is a balanced, sensible recommendation from staff.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I'm just making sure I'm in the right debating space. I think I am. Look, firstly, thank you to Emily. I know you've presented in the chamber before, but this was the first time that Emily has answered questions, and I think you did an exceptional job. So I just want to shout out there. Look, none of this is particularly comfortable, but what we heard from staff was that every city in New Zealand is experiencing the same issues. And ironically for me, none of this is new. None of these concerns are new, and they can unfortunately be predicted with economic cycles. And we have seen this over the last several decades, actually. I've only been here for 1 decade, but they're also caused by things like a lack of SIPTED principles, the lack of activation, the lack of events, and we heard about that in public forum today. One of this, my bone of contention is the barrenness of Garden Place as well. But again, it comes back to activation. Human beings are at the centre of this in both aspects. Human beings that are doing and participating in antisocial behaviour that is affecting people feeling safe, that is affecting businesses. And then the other side of the coin there, and this is where in the next item we have conflated the two issues of those that are genuinely in harm and are homeless and those that are committing antisocial behaviour. The two shouldn't be conflated, and I think that's where we've gone wrong. However uncomfortable any of these might be, we need to go out and consult. And that's what we're going to do. It's a fully a consulting process. We will hear from the public But we do need to remind ourselves that we did ask staff to come up with some ways to manage antisocial behaviour, and they have done that, and they have looked at what other cities are doing. Will the bylaws be the answer to everything? They definitely won't. And I am proposing a motion for the next item that might help with that. But this is a way forward, and the public will tell us if we've got it right or if we've got it wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, as the seconder of the motion, I just want to echo the comments of both Councillor Ewan and Deputy Mayor Angela. I too am very grateful to the staff. I think a huge amount of work has been done, and it's been done very well. This is an important exercise that we do need to ensure we have as much public awareness of, and for that reason I was grateful for the Deputy Mayor's appeal to either expand the time frame for consultation, or we've probably gone for a quite pragmatic recommendation by pushing it out to February. I had wondered whether maybe we could start earlier, but I accept the staff answer that there's too much else happening before that. So I think the next thing will probably be for us to ensure that we play our part in raising awareness in our community of the fact that the opportunity is there for consultation. We know that there are some challenging issues. We know that we need to get the balance right between a compassionate approach to many of the most vulnerable people in our community, but also doing the right thing by those who both live in the CBD and operate businesses there, many of whom have been calling out for some sort of assistance for some time. So we're on the right track here, and I commend the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for bringing these amendments forward to us. I think they've been well considered and consulted. Staff had mentioned that this motion have come from public concerns and businesses that have seen examples where people are not feeling safe. We've been reassured by staff that these bylaws will be led under the current graduation practice of leading with dignity and education first. The CE has assured us that he believes that bylaws are an important tool in setting expectations, even though breaches are not actually often pursued. These bylaws help equip staff carry out behaviour expectations. Staff have assured us that this is not about expanding powers or enforcement, but enabling staff to carry out constructive conversations to help educate. It's not about hard-hitting on our citizens. It's not even that far from our current rules, but just helps with some clarity for our community. This is not by any means the only tool we need to look at. We need to look at the activation of space, how to enable events. We need to work with social agencies to ensure there's wider work to be done. And I very much look forward to this proposal going out to consultation to test that we do have this balance right, and I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is about giving a clearer mechanism to deal with antisocial behaviour. And I agree, I think staff have done an excellent job here. This is not some policy that we've cooked up in isolation. We've been asked to respond by our community, and that's what we're doing. And we're essentially bringing these in to give CitySafe and police better tools to deal with some of these issues, to give a clearer framework, as Kelvin said. And I don't see this as a licence to come down on people. I see it as a pretty fair response, holding people to standards of behaviour that aren't unreasonable. And I accept that some people might not like these bylaws, but they need to remember that the people who might be affected by it are not the only ones with rights. Families coming into Garden Place have rights. Businesses trading in Garden Place have the rights not to be blighted by antisocial behaviour. There seems to be a lot of agonising about it, but I'm certainly not. And it comes down to the rights of someone to undertake some of these antisocial activities, and someone who has set up a business, providing a service, paying rates. I'm going to side with that person every time. So I wholeheartedly support this.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Antisocial behaviour has many reasons: drugs, alcohol, mental health, many more. There is nothing about Garden Place that addresses these root causes. So why are some people so desperate to use it for that purpose? The Central Business District is, surprise, surprise, a district for business that is central. That is its purpose. Hamilton has a lot of other public places, including this chamber. Not every space is open to everyone every time. There are other places that may be better than Garden Place to actually deal with these issues. That could actually be a win-win, where we could provide better support without the disruption that keeps happening, despite so many initiatives and agencies over the decades. We are here for a bylaw today to solve some real problems. We can come back and work on budgets and bylaws and other rules and agencies and everything else to help the root causes. That's what we should be doing. But today, let's just get this bylaw done so we can deal with some of the problems.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Chair. I'm wearing yellow today in support of Daffodil Day and the Cancer Society. And in the past, I've also supported Doctors Without Borders, the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, and lots of other charities and social endeavours. Why? It's because I recognise disadvantage around the world, across the country, and right here in our own streets. Jeff, I hope you're enjoying my fancy speech. The amendment to the policy, which would stop people from sitting or sleeping on our CBD benches and restrict them from securing their meagre belongings, does not look like safety to me. It looks like pushing people to the margins. I stand with Ngāti Wairere and Thorpe, with Holly Snape, with Mareta from the Serve, Chris from the Salvation Army, and other presenters today who are opposing the amendments of this bylaw. There are better ways, more human ways, to respond to the challenges that we see in the CBD. Mayor Paula, you have your own committee that's stood up to be able to address some of these things. Supporting housing, health services, connections over rejection. That's what makes communities safer, not a bylaw that tells people they don't belong. We can do better, and I believe we must. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Huata.
When we talk about homelessness, poverty, intergenerational trauma and mental health struggles in Hamilton CBD, we must remember these are people with stories, dignity and rights. A punitive approach, bylaws that criminalise or displace those in need, is not supported by mana whenua of Hamilton, who call for solutions based on healing, inclusion and respect. Bylaws to eradicate antisocial behaviour may sound like quick fixes, but they ignore the deeper issues and risk creating exclusion instead of belonging. We already know what works. When people are given stable housing and wraparound support, hospitalisations reduce, justice system costs fall, incomes rise and well-being improves. This shows that compassion is not only the right approach, it is also the effective one. The CBD belongs to everyone, those who are thriving and those who are struggling. If we activate our city spaces with positive, vibrant and inclusive events, we build trust, connection and community pride. To keep all people safe, we must balance well-being with security. That means providing safe, well-lit public spaces, trained community wardens who can de-escalate situations with respect, and outreach teams who connect vulnerable people with housing, health and support services. This way, everyone, shoppers, business owners, visitors and people in crisis feels safe, supported and respected. And let us be clear, when we uplift the most vulnerable in our community, we uplift the whole community as a whole. Everyone benefits when compassion, dignity and opportunity are at the centre of our response. A punitive response only deepens harm. A positive, collaborative response keeps people safe, lifts people up and builds a city that truly thrives.
Thank you. Councillor Tauriki.
Kia ora tātou. Ki te kotahi te kākoho ka whati, ki te kāpuia e kore e whati. Those were the words that were uttered by the second Māori king, when he said that there is but one strand on its own easily broken, bound together they are unbreakable. And what I do see in the agenda today is a deliberate intent for us to collaborate stronger with central government and with those that are at the coalface of working with our vulnerable people that are doing it rough. I appreciate the kōrero that you gave this morning, Emily. Well done. Thought you did a good job of facing this lot. Tēnā koe. And I particularly appreciate the presentations that were given this morning. And what resonated with me quite strongly was a comment from young Joe. I'm tipping that he's young because he looks young. And what he said was that in order for us to gain meaningful understanding, we needed to get in amongst them. And that's the bit that has really resonated with me this morning, which is why I don't believe that doesn't matter how many bylaws we put in place, I don't believe it's going to achieve what we want it to achieve. I think we're going to redirect staff into areas where we don't really want them to be. We want them to be focused more on enabling, which was another word that came out this morning, was to enable things to happen. And so to that, I don't think this motion as it stands right now is necessarily something that I will be supporting at this current time.
Thank you. Councillor Naidoo-Rauf.
Thank you. I support the motion. I actually support what the Deputy Mayor had to say in that this is all about going out to consultation. I think that there's a lot of strong feelings on all sides of this, and let's hear what the public have to say. So I say yes to consultation. And no, it's not a cop-out, but it's really testing, have we got it right? Are we pushing this too far or not? It's called safety in public places. So I come back to who are we trying to keep safe and how do we do that? I asked the question about the mattresses because a few days ago I drove by 5 Crossroads. It was late evening, going to pick up the kids and dinner and all sorts. And outside on Peach Grove Road, there's a line of mattresses outside the shops around the roundabout. And the same people that are there every day. And then I saw a mum with young kids. She was pushing a stroller and she's got the little toddler running and the baby in the stroller. And then I saw these people on the mattresses that were calling out to her, and she looked visibly frightened. And then I think something's not right here, and whose responsibility is this? You know, is it that we're not supporting the vulnerable? Are we not supporting the young families? Why or how do we create this environment where people just don't feel safe, and where does that responsibility lie? So I'm not saying don't support our vulnerable, definitely do. But this bylaw gives the staff a framework to work to. It's clarifying what's already there. But one question is, what happens if businesses and shoppers and families don't feel safe to come into the city? And that is the underlying question. Because what does our city then turn into? So how do we as city governors protect the safety of everyone? And so go out to public consultation. Thank you.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, thank you. I absolutely agree that we need a safe city for everybody. I just don't think that this bylaw consultation is necessary. I think the bylaw as it exists already is fit for purpose. I don't support the review, but I think it costs money and it's not necessary. And I can't really imagine the consultation with our street community, if we're going to include them, which is new. Hey, we know you don't have a home, but do you mind if we forbid you from sleeping on a park bench? Or hey, we know you have some stuff to carry around, but do you mind if we forbid you for storing it under a park bench? I just can't imagine that kind of consultation. And I don't think further clarity is needed. We already hold people to a standard of behaviour, and I think our City Safe team does that really well. I'm puzzled that it's okay to sleep on grass, but not on a seat. I don't know what the intended purpose of grass is, but perhaps we need to define this too. It's good to know that sleeping on grass is one of them. I did not hear evidence to suggest that we need a clause to prevent bathing in fountains. I understood it to be one person. If it was more, I'd like to be corrected. That one person needed a shower. She needed a place to shower. And Te Whare Korowai, as I understand now, provides those facilities. So I'd like to see if that works first before we introduce a clause and go out for consultation on it. I see that consultation as potentially harmful to people who are the most vulnerable in our city. As I said, I just think we already have a bylaw. It's already working. Our City Safe team does amazing work. They collaborate with so many different organisations. I think we're making a difference. Vanessa actually said that things have improved. I think we've got activation plan that's going to make a real difference and bring people together. We've got our theatre opening soon that's going to add to the vibrancy of the CBD considerably. So I just don't think it's the right time anyway. And I don't support going out for consultation on this.
The Safety in Public Places bylaw aren't addressing actually offensive behaviour. What's offensive is that we as a society have failed people. It tells our community that if you're someone who's been a victim of intergenerational trauma, who's living through poverty and our social safety net has failed you, to exist in a public place, you can't lie down for a moment. You existing in a public place and wanting a moment of rest is a nuisance to the rest of us, those who have enough and those who have homes to go to. We don't need a bylaw to walk up to someone and ask them if they need help. I'm sceptical that any person who is sleeping rough is going to say, oh, City Council changed their bylaw. That was what I needed to get out of this situation. It is not a reflection of what people think is acceptable behaviour, but the corner that they have been backed into. Some of the homeless in our city are unable to read or write, who have layers and layers of barriers to overcome. None of those barriers are helped by a bylaw which allows for people to be fined up to $20,000 for being desperate enough to take a shower in a public fountain. What a completely disproportionate response to someone being visibly poor. And if we were never going to prosecute, why do we include it? We've spent an undisclosed amount of money working on changes to a bylaw we don't need in order to have a conversation with people to ask them if they need help, and to respond to behaviour that we have no hard data on. What an egregious waste of time and money, and I remain unconvinced that this bylaw is the most appropriate way to manage this issue. I can read and write. I can navigate the systems around me if I need support, and I refuse to use my power and privilege in this chamber to punch down, even on paper, to those who are doing it the hardest.
Thank you. Anybody further debate? Otherwise, Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I've listened carefully to debate. I care about safety in our city and people feeling safe within our city. And I actually think it's ironic in some ways that some of the councillors raising this also voted over the long-term plan to cut our City Safe patrols to the minimum viable number of officers, cutting it by 325,000. That would have meant, if that had gone ahead, there would not have been additional officers to come in and be permanently present in Garden Place the remainder of that summer. And those same councillors proposed cuts to the community development team of $340,000, the same staff who are helping us to work through ways to address this issue and both through this item and the next. What we've also heard is that an increased police presence has made a real difference, and actually I think these are the things that make a much greater difference to safety. Having officers on the beat who are visible and present, having enough City Safe officers that they can have a permanent presence over the summer, and then also supporting activation. We keep talking about activation over and over, but we still haven't actually put any additional money forward to make it happen in a meaningful way to actually change something. And my concern is that we just continue to push kick that can further and further down the road. I've seriously considered what's put before us. I think there's some merit, because there have been times where I've seen people sitting in Garden Place and for groups of people who have felt somewhat intimidating. But at the same time, I'm really worried about how this consultation will go, that it could become quite harmful to the people, to people within our community who are vulnerable as well. And so at this stage, I'm not going to be supporting this, but I appreciate the efforts that have gone forward to try and solve some of the challenges we face. It's an extremely difficult issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to take a turn at debating. Gosh, this is an extremely complex and emotive issue, actually, and you can see by the calibre of the debate, and I agree with parts on that many people have said. I find this incredibly sad situation that we're dealing with, increase of people undertaking antisocial behaviour in our community. It's sad. It's not easily fixed. I am going to vote for the bylaws on the basis that they're just one tool, and we already know from our next item that one tool is insufficient. I have reservations. I have reservations about the ability of this bylaw to be enforced. The police won't be enforcing bylaws. We have to do that. I have zero tolerance for illegal activity, and that's why I asked a number of questions about when does it step over from antisocial to illegal behaviour, and the police have to have that. So I'd like to suggest that we continue to invite the Minister to come and see what we are dealing with across the country and see if we can find a solution with government that is holistic. I do worry about not tackling the root causes. Why are people here? I do also acknowledge, as Deputy Mayor said, homelessness, mental health and social issues are not necessarily all linked. We had a memo from the People's Project last night that actually said that some of the homelessness that they're aware of has gone down. Notwithstanding that, we heard a different view from the Salvation Army. I want to thank staff for the work you've done. We asked for this. We asked you to find some solutions. Why? Because we all, and you can hear that in the debate, we all share a desire to reduce unwanted and uncomfortable behaviours in our CBD, because we all want a CBD where everyone can come and feel safe and thrive. So I am going to vote for the consultation with huge reservations. I hope that it will shed some light in more depth on the other tools we can use, and we will be able to decide what part Hamilton City Council can play, what part central government can play, and what part the other parts of the community can play, because we're in it together, and unless we find a collaboration, we're not going to tackle this alone with bylaws. All right, thank you. Right to reply, Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I'm finding it quite fascinating that there is so much concern with not wanting to support this recommendation, particularly in light that we're going to go to item 9 soon, where there's an expectation, you expect a majority of this chamber to want to support a broader strategy of community engagement into Garden Place. So on one hand, you have a feeling that council should be in that business, but on the other hand, you don't want to talk about creating a regulatory framework that, as we have seen, and in fact some, and I remember Councillor Sarah in the past showing some interest in having aspects of this bylaw, and I thought we were working towards that. I find it ironic that Councillor Sarah, you're talking about the police. The one thing the police have also said is that they would like move along legislation. They'd like a whole, and they have, Anna, you're shaking your head. In a workshop, they said they wanted these additional tools. So let's just be clear. In terms of belonging, with all due respect, Councillor Huata, belonging is what's delivered as a comprehensive strategy. I'm inclined to support item 9 and the desire to work with community groups to try to help change the underpinning aspects of how we found ourselves in this mess. But it also is important to have some regulatory framework. And I'm astonished that the Māori Wardens aren't in a proactive strategy working in Garden Place. I wonder where Tainui is. We heard today that they've been invited to come along to these community groups and they're missing in action. Councillor Muku, The reality is we require a balance. Here's an initiative that talks about clarification of existing bylaws. This is a constructive way forward. I remind Councillor Hutt that her narrative of this is all our fault as a society is clearly inaccurate and clearly misleading and self-serving. Yep, Councillor Anna.
A couple of people did run over, Louise, so I'm allowing this to finish. One last sentence. Thank you.
I don't require it, Mayor Paula.
Okay, we're going to go to the vote on the board, please.
The motion is carried, 8 for, 6 against.
Okay, thank you. I actually need a comfort stop. Don't want to broadcast that publicly, but which I just did. So we'll just take a 4 minute break if either of you need a drink or what. Huh? We could go to lunch now and have a natural break. This has been intense. Let's take a lunch till 1:15. We're adjourned. Thank you. That's fine. That'll do it if nothing else does. Okie dokie, everyone. If we would come back to the meeting, please. All right, is everybody ready? We're now moving on to the item, which is the social support.
We only did the first part of that last one.
Oh, no, we're still on the same item because we hadn't... That's right, because we hadn't finished. Oh, my God. It's going to be an interestingly long day. All right. Okie doke, we're back to the other recommendations, which is the trading in public places one.
So first, I think it's the...
Oh, public places bylaw. Are there any questions? Let me get my button in the right place. Any questions on the public places bylaw amendments? The C2, or is somebody going to move it? No.
I'll move what, because I was under the impression, Mayor Paula, that you were incorporating the changes I put into your own motion.
That's trading in public.
So what are we talking about?
So the other one.
We've done this.
Attachment 3.
We've done the safety in public places bylaw, and now we're looking at the proposed public places bylaw.
But they're related.
Attachments for 3.
Your changes are trading in public places.
I can separate them off, can't I?
You only saying separated because you said we were going to separate before, but we can put them back together.
I can put them back together and we can have the conversations and try and move both together. I was just trying to make sure that the trading in public places was given its proper. So let's go with talking about C, Roman numerals 2 and 3. And the consultation D has, with the amendment that Deputy Mayor has made around dates.
We did that one in the first one.
We did that, all right. So we are just literally on C, Roman numerals 2 and Roman numerals 3. Any questions? Or do we feel like we've had them? Your amendment, your addition that we've, yeah. I'm happy to second if you want to move it or whichever.
Sorry, can I ask a dumb question?
Never a dumb question.
You may be surprised. Sorry, just to be really clear, the trading in, there was a public places bylaw and then there was one being renamed to trading in public places, but they're different, or they're the same.
Would you like to clarify that for us, please?
I can clarify that. So the public places bylaw is being proposed to be renamed to trading in public places bylaw. The bylaw is essentially like the regulatory mechanisms and the policy is the operational side to the bylaw.
So why would we have an amendment? Why would we have an amendment?
One's a bylaw and one's a policy.
Right, cool.
Yeah.
One policy, one bylaw. Related to each other. Excellent. Thank you for that question, very helpful. Any other questions? Here is, I think we'll move Councillor Thompson and second me. Okay, I'll get you to move it, Sarah, and I'll second it. Okay. Any questions? Councillor Hutt, yes, thank you.
This one may not be dumb. Just wanted to clarify with the motion, the public liability insurance. Just how does that work in terms of someone trips over a chair that wasn't supposed to be where it was? What happens then?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it would fall to those kind of ACC type avenues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what did the previous public liability insurance we required them to have, what did that cover?
It covered damage, so damage to council infrastructure or damage to property, etc. So, you know, wind blowing signs around or...
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Say that again, Helen? Yeah, because what would be the, like, excess on that? Like, I'm just trying to think how... I just want to understand the motion, just so that,
The risk is low and the cost would,
be also.
yeah, you can't, until you knew what the damage was, you couldn't.
Yeah, okay. Okay, cool.
Move an amendment to, if Sarah's motion could go back up, I want to separate, my amendment would separate the three under B. So I'm happy to, for,
Let's try this one.
Okay, there we go.
Sorry. Now.
okay, remove it.
But you still
Yeah,
want
so
to,
it's, I don't support two, so my amendment would be
to separate the
to
policy
separate.
from the
I can
bylaw.
yes.
Can we separate the policy from the bylaw and allow people to vote on each part separately? I think we could. How would you do that with wording? Staff, can we help here?
It's just
You,
this part, sorry. This last part that you're
Yes,
referring to,
you
right?
would need
I can
an-
make that on, it's a vote on its own.
because you'd need an amendment,
Yep.
right?
So let's make it, I'll separate the vote for those two parts. So we'll take the, in full to 3A, B and Roman numerals 1, but we'll do a separate vote on Roman numerals 2 to allow some, does that work?
I'll finesse the wording, it'll work.
Okay, let's have questions and let's see what finessed wording looks like before we go to the vote. Any questions on the trading in public places? Councillor Wilson?
No, only on the trading public, you'll
Yeah.
do questions on the
Yeah.
other.
No, trading on any, sorry, questions on either of those two. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So a question to staff. My understanding is the income that we glean, sorry, just reconfirm the income that we glean from the signs.
Yep, so that was approximately $24,000 and that's over the permit cycle. So previously that was a 12-month cycle, but council decided earlier the year to extend it to a 3-year, so it would be $24,000 over 3 years.
Okay. By not having any revenue, does it mean that there will be a reduction in number of staff or the hours staff work?
No, it doesn't.
So the costs to council and the ratepayers go up by the 24,000 loss of revenue?
Essentially, yes.
Right, so the ratepayers now subsidise the businesses with their signs. Can you confirm that you will also still have to continue the monitoring of the signs, even if you've taken away the revenue?
Yes, we will still have to continue the monitoring of signs.
Thank you.
To the public liability, and just understand what kind of an impost having to have public liability puts on people. And if we're offering, is it just for table and chairs? Oh, I can't figure out where it's gone to now. Just for outdoor dining, would it be expected that these establishments would already have some kind of public liability? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's my understanding that this is something that these businesses already have. I haven't heard of an instance where somebody has been not gone through the permitting process because of that. It's something that businesses sort of have regardless.
And does that include like food trucks or the coffee cart, that kind of thing?
It does. So the amendment is around removing it for outdoor dining only, but that would still be in there for mobile food trucks.
Okay.
Which, sorry, just to, which probably is slightly more risk associated with those.
Because they're going to plug into something locally and create a... electrical thingy, maybe. All right, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair. It's a question to Councillor Sarah, who's moving. I just want clarity. Your motion that goes on to say, addition to the section, allow businesses to place one footpath, that's not limited Garden Place, right? The intention of that is the entire city?
It's general, yeah.
Right, okay, thank you.
Could you talk to us about how we've separated them off and how we're going to do them, please, Amy?
So I simply moved our I and II into two separate parts. So the first one, the only proposed amendment is the removal of the requirement of clause 25 from attachment 4, and then for the second vote, it's talking about an addition.
Okay, I have a Councillor Thompson question, or?
To say, what's involved in monitoring the signs? Like, how often do we have to proactively do something to monitor that?
Calvin's just coming up to answer that question.
Sorry, can you just...
So what's involved in monitoring the signs?
Main monitoring is to ensure that there is the clearway of 1.7 or 2.2 metres is maintained, and we're not getting creepage from all the signs being put out in such a way that they cause an obstruction. That goes on, and while we're doing that, we're also looking at the outdoor dining. It's not we don't have someone going out just to do signs, unless someone was doing something new or different, but normally they'd be doing a whole range of activities that are covered under the trading in public places.
Yeah. And if City Safe officers see something unsafe, do they pick that up and have a conversation as well?
They do, and then they would report it back to our compliance officer, who would be going and doing more follow-ups with them, the business.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so here we are then. Can I just ask one question before we go to the vote, which is the quantum of foregone revenue if we allow these free signs? Or is it additional revenue that we don't get, or is it a loss of revenue?
If we remove the permitting for signs, it's a loss of revenue.
To what extent?
So 24,000 over a 3-year period.
Okay. Okay. All right, we'll go into debate. I think I'm still happy to remain seconding it because I think it should go now to debate, and we'll see how that goes. Sarah.
Thank you very much. Particularly in regard to removing the requirement to apply for a permit to put a sandwich board or a similar sign outside your business. I've seen other councils, for example, Tasman District Council allows this by right. It adds vibrancy to our central city. When you see signs out, it's a sign that businesses are open, and it makes it feel more lively, it makes it feel like there are things going on, and it's a really positive thing, and it's such a small thing that we can do in terms of improving the vibrancy and the look and feel of our central city. And businesses are busy. Having to put in an application just to put a sign outside of their business, to me it feels like we've just added a layer of bureaucracy that doesn't need to be there. You know, we talk about reducing red tape, about making things easier, and I struggle to justify, in this case, requiring a permit. And at the same time, we've got people, City Safe officers walking the street. We have staff already monitoring tables and chairs at times, so I think we would be able to manage any infringements quite easily along with business as usual. So it's a small thing, but to me it just feels a little over the top to have a permit to put one single sign outside of your business. And I've also retained it to only the sandwich board style or similar signs, not the flags, because of issues raised elsewhere around impediments to people with vision impairment. So I've considered accessibility in this as well. Yeah, thank you.
Can I just ask you as the, oh no, we're in debate, I won't ask anything. Okay, any more further debate? Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, the reality of this particular motion simply leaves a stranded cost within council and removes the revenue, so the ratepayer ends up subsidising the $24,000. The reality is that making businesses apply for the sign educates them on the requirement for the measuring of where the sign is, ensuring that there's a clear way. If we were reducing the number of hours or staff numbers and that was actually a saving, then I too would have supported it. But what this is about saying, oh, under the umbrella of reducing red tape, what you're really saying is, oh, we're reducing the business costs, we're not reducing council's costs, and so there's a gap, and you're asking the ratepayer to pay the gap. I'm of the opinion that that does not make any financial sense. It certainly doesn't make any sense in terms of educating the importance of having clear access ways. It seems more of a political stunt.
Any further debate? If not, I might add a few comments, just very quickly. The cost was nominal over 3 years, but there's a potential for good economic return to the businesses and other benefits around additional vibrancy and driving people to businesses. So it's fairly cheap in that respect to buy some economic benefits. I do acknowledge there probably are OPEX costs somewhere there. We didn't talk about those, but obviously some staff have got to go up and down our streets to make sure that signs and other things at the same time are not impinging on the free and safe access of people getting through. And but I do think in this time of hurting hospitality, a little bit of love might go may go a long way. So I'm happy to support Sarah in this because I think it's minor. Anybody else? Councillor Thompson, right, a reply?
Yeah, thank you. So we've done many things over the years to encourage development in our central city. For example, development contribution remissions, which are in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. There is discussion around removing the cost of parking again. This is an $8,000 a year financial impact, plus it removes some need to be administrating and processing applications. And that is a cheap way to be able to go, actually, let's go encourage now our businesses, notify them that it's free and we want to encourage you to put a sign out. We can encourage that, and because it's free, we're able to do that. There's no barrier to, and not only free though, there's no process, there's zero barrier. And what an inexpensive way to improve the look and feel of our main streets. Yeah.
Let's go to the vote on the board, please.
So, we're voting for...
oh, sorry. Yes, you're right. We've
debated together, but they are moving them separately.
We'll vote on 3A and B first, and then we'll go to the next one. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
The motion is carried unanimously.
And if we scroll down now, please. Okay, and we'll wait for it to refresh, and we'll go to the vote on the board, please. Slow, slow, slow. Here we go. Thank you.
The motion is carried, 12 for, 2 against.
Thank you, everyone. We'll move on to the next item because we do need to make some progress, which is now the item 10. I'm correct, aren't I? With the reorder, item 10, which is the government.
Item 9, sorry.
Oh, item 9. We're on to the social support. Somehow in my mind, I was just hoping we'd get through the agenda faster. It's wishful thinking. Yeah. Okay, so we're on the social support initiatives. Staff to give us a very precise summary because we have read the report, because we have had a number of workshops, because we did ask for some of this work to be done, so our understanding should be quite high. So we'll just get a synopsis, if you don't mind.
Fantastic. Kia ora koutou. As Mayor Paula mentioned there, the remit for this paper was really specific around social interventions that will demonstrably reduce antisocial behaviour. And in considering this as occurred in debate, we've really thought around how this connects with the other parts of the puzzle that Council's considering and currently acting on. We've also considered how we can provide support to those that need it in line with Council's role, and we've tried to find that balance accordingly. As such, I'm pleased to present to you potential social support initiatives to effect a reduction in antisocial behaviour in the Central City. You'll recall that this additional work was requested by the Community and Natural Environment Committee on the 5th of June. And I'd like to acknowledge the feedback provided by the CBD Interagency Group and their subsequent peer review of this report. In developing this paper, I met with Auckland Council's Homelessness Advisor, the Wellington City Missioner, and I also visited Wellington City Council and Whakamaru, which is run by the Wellington City Mission, to gain an insight into initiatives that are underway in those cities. This week, I also accompanied Calvin, our City Safe Director, on a visit to Rotorua and met with the Homelessness Advisor. In effect, the issues that Kirikiriroa Hamilton faces are being faced by councils and communities across the Motu. The paper identifies short, medium and long-term initiatives that have real potential to make a measurable difference to antisocial behaviour, not only within the CBD, but also beyond, in utilising a social support lens. All of the initiatives identified can be delivered within Council's current budgets. The first recommendation is the development and delivery of a series of whānau-based events during the summer this summer in partnership with community groups, which you've heard about in public forum today. Place activation aims to revitalise public spaces through community involvement and programming, and it can help deter antisocial behaviour by fostering a sense of ownership, increasing natural surveillance and providing positive alternatives. We know that last summer provided some challenges in Garden Place. Activating this space provides an opportunity for community ownership, collaboration, and with increased foot traffic, a reduction in antisocial behaviour. It's recommended that an evaluation of the programme's effectiveness be undertaken and presented at committee next year. We've also included increasing promotion of council's grants to social providers and encouraging applications where they align well with this mandate today. A further recommendation is to explore interest from MSD and service providers to fund a Street Guardians pilot in Kirikiriroa. Street Guardians is Tamaki Makaurau's most enduring homelessness initiatives and provides a bridge to employment alongside building trust between participants and social providers, and there's more information on that in your report. Service providers have also expressed an interest in investigating an expanded community outreach model for the city, and this will complement the individual support program outlined in your report, which is being set up with multiple agencies. With a longer-term lens, while this report and its predecessor have been focused on the CBD, the reality is that displacing people and the associated issues and vulnerabilities to other parts of the city is not a panacea to addressing root cause. Advice from police and City Safe shows that while Garden Place issues have been somewhat tempered at the moment, the concerns have migrated to other parts of the city, with this currently being most visible at the 5 Crossroads. Addressing such complex issues requires a collaborative, proactive, and in some ways quite a brave approach. It is a community issue with an ecosystem of government organisations, social providers, businesses and community members, all of whom can have a part to play in co-designing new and innovative ways to address the core issues. For this reason, it's strongly recommended that Council hold a hui in 2026 to provide an opportunity for a co-designed, collaborative and proactive approach to dealing with homelessness and issues associated with homelessness in a Kirikiriroa Hamilton context. Together, there is an opportunity to affect real change across the city. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I just note that there is an amendment that I think would be worth putting up because we haven't had... Oh, sorry, you're right. There's a motion because nobody's put up the original yet, but...
Just might need a 1 minute adjournment just to sort the words out.
Right. I just want people to see it so they can focus their debate.
It's just manipulating some of the wording, that's all, and then adding something else. But I can get to questions first, unless you want that.
I'd quite like to have it up because I think it
Can we-
shapes. We'll just take a 1 minute adjournment to get the wording right. Because Angela a chance to explain in a minute, but are there any questions of staff in general?
So I also have questions of staff in general.
Brilliant. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, just very quickly. Oh, sorry, do you want me to go after you?
I had questions also of staff. I know that.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
First.
Yes, only because she was explaining.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Go first. Go first. Just...
There's a process, right? So thank you for the report. I've had a chat to the General Manager because it appeared to me that all of these things in the list staff can do anyway under the purview of us having community partnerships and relationships with organisations. Do you hold that same view?
After the chair, yes, there is an element that we could just do these things, but we have identified those initiatives that align with what
Specific
council's
things,
requested.
yeah. In terms of the original motion from the community committee, there was talk about to bring back a list of tangible things that would reduce antisocial behaviour. I understand, having spoken with the General Manager around the complexities so this is the list that we have. However, did you speak with the likes of City Safe and perhaps our Transport Department on whether they had any tangible projects that could have been funded out of that 90,000 that Council was initially looking at?
There were no conversations specifically on that because the remit for this was around social support. I can advise that the interagency group outside of that did have ideas around more of a placemaking aspect around, lighting and the role that likes of City Safe can have. So the focus of this was specifically with our interagency group as requested.
So part of that motion was reduce antisocial behaviour as well in the CBD. That was part of the motion. Provide social support and reduce antisocial behaviour in the CBD via funding.
Yes, so initially that resolution from the last one, initially we had suggested using that for community grants, and council asked us to come back with a list of projects, socially aligned projects to undertake that antisocial behaviour reduction.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Very quickly, on page 31, item 7, you say it will be within council's existing funding envelope. What is that envelope?
So I guess the initiatives that have been identified do not require additional budget. So, for example, the CBD Whānau Days, we currently have a city activation budget for service providers, so we can utilise for that. That's currently unallocated for this year, so we can use the budgets that we already have and direct those towards those initiatives.
Okay, so Can you give me the exact quantum?
Yes, absolutely. So that particular one, there's a budget of $41,000 available.
Okay, so 41,000. Now, if we didn't do this, that 41,000 would be saved?
It could be saved if there was an initiative that came from a community group where there was a real need, then it could be looked at allocating for that, but you're quite right, it could be a saving.
Okay, so it's within existing, but it could be saved.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Second one is, I'm assuming we're doing this work to come out with an outcome.
Correct.
Can you give an indication of the types of costs that may flow to council from such an outcome?
I think in terms of any, so you're asking specifically around additional costs as an outcome of this work?
Correct, because this work is, I mean, time period is undefined, breadth is undefined. I'm just trying to understand what I potentially could be asked if, well, the council would be asked to fund subsequently.
Certainly. So as intimated, the whānau-based events, there's that budget available. The other aspects around the community outreach model, that will be current resourcing. The Street Guardians program, we would be looking to have that conversation with MSD. There's no suggestion that council would provide funding towards that. There are other providers, and arguably it really is a central government role around what that could look like. It fits really well with MSD's remit around employment. Increased promotion of available council grants as within current resourcing. A sector hui around the co-design. I think that there's very much an open mind around what that would look like if there was any suggestion around council expenditure in that area that would be brought back to council for consideration. I think the key here is that there's an opportunity to collaborate, and with that comes the opportunity for partnership and a joint way of funding a lot of these initiatives. I think there's a real willingness across the sector and across central government agencies as well to really come in with some opportunities that will make a difference here in our city.
Okay, thank you. Last question is, who are we going to collaborate with? Who are the people that we're going to collaborate with?
With the city sector hui specifically?
Yeah.
That's a really great question. I think there's definitely our service to providers and our agencies. I've had initial conversation with Community Waikato who have talked really passionately about having it as a much more, include our businesses, include our community. And so I'm really keen to connect with the likes of them to really look at how we think about things in a much broader context, and again from a citywide context, because again we've looked just at the CBD. So I think that there's opportunity to kind of open the mindset, if you will, around how we're looking at this.
So would it be helpful that that's actually noted in the motion?
We could definitely include that in the motion.
And we could include such as Tainui, Maori Wardens, all of the parties that have been missing.
Through the Chair, that would be a really helpful suggestion, and I think one of the things I learned in talking to Auckland was they actually have a collaborative around end to homelessness, and they have a really robust ecosystem that points out all of those areas that you've just outlined, and I was really impressed at how that showed the part that everybody can play in addressing this issue.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Mayor, if the mover, good Angela, Deputy Mayor, and I'm assuming Jeff Taylor, who's seconding it, would you be willing to sort of broaden who we're going to engage and actually be a little bit specific so that we can ensure that Maori Wardens and Tainui are involved in participating, solving the problem?
Okay, questions. Councillor Huata.
In the interest of Councillor Health and Safety, are we able to bring some heat into the room, please? That's my first question. Yeah. Okay, on page 31, Erin, are we at number 4, are we able to add poverty in there too, if there's, or just address that? It's just got, not just, but Koira, yeah. These include addiction, mental health and homelessness, which stem from poverty, right? As well. So if we can just add that in or address that somewhere, that would be cool. For the hui in March the 26th, how can we invite other groups to attend? What would be will there be some ample promotion leading up to it?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We've got a really well-connected community development team. We've got our interagency group, and we've got service providers, community houses. So we'll be looking to be really active in that space to connecting in a lot of different parties.
Nice. So yeah, that's the page 32, number 14. There's a whole lot of groups listed there, but there's a whole lot of groups not listed there?
That's correct. So just to...
so it's not limited to, right?
No, so just to be really clear, the interagency CBD group was set up at the behest of police, and it really is focused around antisocial behaviour in the CBD. And so what I wanted to articulate through this paper is that it is much wider than antisocial behaviour in the CBD, and it is an issue that's touching every corner of our city.
Ka pai, Erin. Just in the staff recommendation, I see it still sits there. 2B, I see that we're going to support some whānau-based events over the summer for 25-26 and come back to report on it in June. Knowing that in June we've got our Matariki events too happening, and that planning starts in February, are we able to include that, not just limited to summer events?
I'm certainly open to having that aspect looked at as well, and certainly I wanted to ensure, obviously, as I take those to the bylaws around that summer period, and my events team will be active in helping with this and also helping with the Matariki celebrations as well.
Koolios, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions? Otherwise, we've got a motion moved by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Taylor, that we can see now in front of us. And I think you need to explain, one moment, I think we need to explain, if it's okay, Angela, the differences that you've made there, please.
What we've done is we've incorporated all of the staff recommendations, but just that it notes that, because as I said that, and we heard from staff can do this work. We can partner with groups. We can have those hui. But the key, so we're capturing all of that. But the key there is that we are advocating to the new council that they look to develop a new safety plan. It's in there around social issues and antisocial behaviour to the relevant new committee. So staff will come with a proposal, and that council can make up their mind.
Thank you. And any questions on that, since that's a new addition with a slightly new proposal? Any questions on that? Yes.
Just one, like the idea, is a safety plan something similar where outcomes are measured?
Yes.
And we're tracking progress?
Yeah, absolutely.
No further questions. Everybody understands what's on the table. We will therefore go to debate. Because nobody's put the staff recommendation as it was, so this is the recommendation. Councillor, it is. Okay.
Look, yeah, thank you. I'm going to just briefly say that the previous debate that was very passionate before lunchtime, I think that was a little unfortunate in that it set those in the chamber that were supportive of changes to the bylaw that we would possibly be making a decision to harm others, and in 18 years of sitting in this chamber I've not made one decision that I've intentionally wanted to harm others. Look, I appreciate the report. I respectfully point out that it didn't come with a tangible list of actions to address antisocial behaviour, and as we keep saying, as Councillor Thompson has said in previous debate, and I keep banging on about, this is about activation. But also, I was looking overnight at things from 2014 when we did the very first Hamilton Central City Safety Plan, and it had measures and it had projects and it had outcomes and it had social services in there. The People's Project was born out of the very first Hamilton Central safety program. City Safe coming into the CBD and expansion was born out of that. We had measures, we measured crime, we measured antisocial behaviour, and if you can't measure something, you cannot manage it. It was born out of the issues of homelessness and the lack of social services that were connecting in with people. So that's what this is about. I hope that the new council take it and run with it. I think it's time that we do a new plan, that it's based on data, that it has measurable, tangible projects in there, and that it provides all of the things that we need for a real vibrant city. We need to be proactive, not reactive. That's what planning does. We need to be collaborative, not siloed. That's what planning does. And we need to be accountable with our actions and our measures, and that's what planning does. Thank you.
Any other debate? Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, I am clearly supporting this motion. And like my good friend Deputy Mayor, I think the earlier motion was unfortunate because it seemed to pin one side of the chamber off against the other about that there's only one solution to this problem. And in fact, that's not the case. And I look back over my years around this table and I have frequently been supportive of initiatives that would lead to better outcomes for those who are struggling within our society. I was the first to support Councillor Serra's most recent idea of the garden in Garden Place. I'm certainly continuing to champion the idea of the fountains, and I certainly believe that the true opportunity for real rejuvenation of the CBD is the economic activation of the new Victoria on the River and the new Pullman Hotel, all of those things that I have dedicated, and others, to getting done. And I've always said when I came to this chamber a number of months ago with the concerns about antisocial behaviour, I said it numerous times that the solution would be multi-pronged, right? That it wouldn't just be the need to introduce some more clarity over bylaws, but we would have to provide a broader wraparound service. So I'm very comfortable that the city now works with other agencies and tries to improve the situation. And at the same time, I would note that this isn't new. We've been doing this for the last 24 years. I supported the People's Project when we had a go at trying to fix this. So I'm hoping that this time it all goes through unanimously, that real leadership is about finding both mechanisms and embracing them to get a good result.
Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and thank you to staff for their work on this, but also to all those who submitted this morning. The SERVE, Community Waikato, Creative Waikato, Salvation Army and Hamilton CBD Business Association. The work that you all do is truly valued by all of us in the community. This week I had a call from a friend in Australia who knew someone in Hamilton who overnight had been kicked out of home through no fault of their own. He is a young man who is highly autistic, which makes it difficult for him to navigate processes that are there for him to support him. I made some phone calls to ensure he could access an urgent needs assessment and a free social worker who could help him secure further support through the system. My friend was also able to get temporary accommodation to support his immediate housing needs. This story demonstrated to me how close we can all be from homelessness. One day you're living at home with family, the next you have nothing to rely on. Many do not realise how an accident, sudden job loss or unforeseen event could leave any one of us homeless at some point. Now this young man was quite lucky. He had people around him to support him, but not everyone has that available to them, and their housing needs can become an ongoing concern. It also shows that homelessness is complex. It involves broken health systems, including addiction and mental health services, financial barriers and constraints within the social benefit system. Just as the problem is complex, so is the solution. It requires collaboration from central government, local government, business, police, and the many social agencies who work of the smell of an oily rag, and many volunteers who give their support to those who need it. No one party or solution can solve it. It is this complexity that sits behind my thoughts that I've repeated throughout these last few meetings on these items. We need an and-and approach, noting my support in the last item, but that there are several tools in our toolbox, and this is one way we can support our amazing social support services, and I hope that it helps them deliver services to the people that are in need. So I support the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bitter.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. And thank you to Councillor Emma for that example of you going out of your way to help people. There is a difference between antisocial behaviour and homelessness. On Tuesday, I was in the Environment Court as a landlord fighting Matamatepiako Council to prevent a squatter being evicted to live on the streets, to be homeless. I think that must be the only time a landlord has done that. Living on the streets is not a solution, and in this particular case, the squatter is a harmless old man. There is nothing antisocial about him. I am helping him. There is a young man called Isaac. When the police dropped him off at my front door after he was released from Spring Hill Prison 3 years ago, after getting into trouble while being homeless on the streets of Rotorua, he was in a bad way. There followed 2 stints in the secure unit of the Henry Bennett Centre, and he was kicked out of 2 halfway houses. He is now currently studying at Wintec, flatting with others and reconnected with his parents. He took a lot of one-on-one support from me, not flitting between agencies. It was hard. He was extremely antisocial, not just homeless, but antisocial and violent. He had to get to rock bottom before he realised he had to follow my rules. We talk about vulnerable people. Everyone else was vulnerable around him. The two are different. I'm very happy to support this motion because it's targeting homelessness. Thank you.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Thank you. I support the motion. I want to particularly thank the staff for their work in coming up with a list of projects, and I particularly acknowledge the collaborative approach to that, because I think that that's really significant. Our relationships in this space are really significant. I also want to acknowledge that, you know, during the long-term plan there were some proposed cuts to the team, the community development team that have put this work together, and I think that's really significant. They do really good work. As we saw in the public forum today, there's a lot of support for that work and the way that we enable groups to come together. We help to problem solve. The hui that is planned for March is actually really necessary, because there's some obviously different perspectives in the city as to how these issues come about and what's behind them. So having something like that will really help to enable, better solutions to be found together. And I think Marita said it all when she said that collaboration is absolutely key. So, but yeah, fundamentally, I just want to thank the staff for their work and, yeah, support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank staff for their hard work to date on this. It's great to see some solutions brought to the table, and I really look forward to seeing how these conversations progress and then how we actually get action out of them, because some of these are at this stage just exploring concepts and ideas. And also support Deputy Mayor Angela and Councillor Wilson in terms of creating a central city safety plan. I think, you know, we need to focus our efforts in terms of safety on where it's going to make the biggest difference, in my view. And so I look forward to that coming back to us as well. Thanks.
Any further? Councillor Naidoo-Rowe.
I just want to quickly add my support for the motion, and I love plans because I feel, everyone is trying to do the right thing, and plans just get everybody aligned towards a common purpose. It's measurable. and you can track your progress. It's as simple as that. So I love a plan. And the thing is, we've seen this term, even last term, plans don't have to be, council owned and council funded and council managed. I believe council has a role to play in facilitating a plan and in providing assistance with the collaborative efforts, and then just letting the community and the city own the plan and actually achieve their goals. So I just want to say I love a plan, and thank you for bringing that to the table, because I think it'll bring all of these good things together under one umbrella.
Taylor?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I support this. I think this is, I always thought there were probably two strands to this. It was always evident that more working together was needed between us and agencies and that sort of stuff, and that no one party was going to be able to sort of try to solve this. On the one hand, I always felt we needed to plug some gaps in bylaws which would allow us to deal with antisocial behaviour in the central city. And we've done that today. Well, we're going out to consultation on that today, which is really good. But I think if we're really serious, we always knew that there would be strand 2, which is this, where we, behind the scenes, we get together with agencies to try and fill some of the gaps. So I think it's a good result, and I look forward to getting some results, because I feel that we've given it a really serious go here. Not just you're not just out on the street trying to deal with the issues better, but also actually trying to deal with it more holistically. So I'll support this.
Thank you. Any further debate before me? Okay, thank you. Supporting the motion, it's time to collaborate further, and I do support what Kesh said around a framework creates a plan. It's always good to have a framework and bring things together in one place and measure them, so I'm absolutely in support of that. I'm very proud of the work of the Safer City group that was put together these last couple of terms, drawing a closer relationship with the police, and now it's time to move that on a step. That was able to achieve quite a few, an extra $1 million. Thank you very much, Calvin and team, for putting it together. An extra $1 million, extra youth engagement, a nod, I'm going to give it that much grace, a nod to SIPTED improvements, but we need to do more. And some pressure on the Minister to send some of the RamRaid money down to the Waikato. So in a sense, that was very successful. It was contributed to by the police, by Tainui. There was a Tainui representative, and now Maria also sits on that. And the University of Waikato through their crime science division, and they have some amazing staff to input. I mean, some people don't even know that exists, to input into the design of solutions. I support the comments that have been made earlier about we need more people in positive activity in the city, whether that's business, if that's residents living here, or community activities. We definitely need more of that. This is a very complex problem to solve, and we need to open the doors to collaborative conversation, but absolutely, Deputy Mayor's hit the nail on the head about creating a framework for that to sit in, targeting some priorities, because we won't be able to do everything and we won't be able to afford to do everything. But let's do what we can that matches our responsibilities, and let's bring others in to do the things that match their responsibility. And in that, I also include central government. Let's have a conversation with central government also. Go to the vote. Oh no, right to reply. Thank you.
So I'll exercise it, thank you, because many people have commented in support of a framework and a plan. I just wanted to share with you on that success indicators from the very first one that we did, satisfaction levels for safety amongst users was 80% or higher. That came back after the plan. There was a 15% reduction in specified crimes that came back from police. There was a 25% reduction in reported nuisance behaviours. The homeless population was almost at zero, so you can see what's happened in the space between not having an active plan. The new Youth Action Plan was implemented, the Safety in Public Places bylaw was enforced and implemented, litter infringement policy was implemented, and there were 27 actions that directed those specific success indicators and outcomes, and we achieved them not just with the first plan but with the review of the second plan. In that time, as we have alluded to, there has been a space of no formal framework. So the one thing that I've heard in this chamber over and over again, that plans have to be funded. This plan was funded, and it was one pager, and it was everyone was involved. The plan was around everyone in the city feeling safe, the city, that it was attractive and people enjoyed being there, and that it was a space for everyone, and it was a success. So I hopefully look forward to being re-elected and being involved in that work again.
Pitch in the chamber. All right, let's go to the vote.
Oh, I removed that bit.
Go to the vote, please, everyone.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. That brings us on to the events policy, item 11. Oh gosh, it's because it's all changed on me. Item 10, the local government system. Apologies. Okay.
James is coming up.
James, thank you for your considerable work into the submission, which has got the Chief Executive's signature on it. Could you give us the shortest synopsis possible, given that the report was very good and the attachment is self-evident? And then we can take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Kia ora koutou koutou, ko James Clark, taku ingoa. So yeah, I won't repeat what's in the report, but I do just want to quickly explain the approach we've taken to drafting the submission. I also listened to the discussion on this item in the Chair's report, and we'll share a couple of reflections on the points that were made, which I hope will be helpful for you as you consider what changes, if any, you want to make to the draft submission. It's a really big bill, as you'll be aware, and Taituara and LGNZ have prepared very lengthy draft submissions of over 15,000 words in length between the two of them. In contrast, we've endeavoured to keep ours pretty short and just focusing on 4 key areas, which I'll go through in turn. So the government's stated ambition, as you know, behind the bill and the broader agenda of which the bill is part, is to reduce the upward pressure on rates, although the bill's own explanatory note acknowledges that the primary driver of rates increases have been the rising costs of critical infrastructure. The 4 key themes in our submission. The first is around the removal of the well-beings, the revised purpose statement for local government, and the prospect of rate capping to follow in future legislation. It's unclear how much impact these changes would have, or at least absent rate capping, it's unclear how much impact these changes would have. But we do comment on the inefficiency and frustration of the constant sort of back and forth between governments of the right and the left, putting the well-beings in, taking them out, putting them back in, and we call for a longer-term solution on that issue. We also echo a concern that's been raised by the sector bodies, Taituara in particular, around the timing of the bill, and in particular, if it had immediate effect, that would cause quite considerable headaches for our sort of ongoing processes. We think it kicking in at the start of the next LTP would be more reasonable. And then we raised a few specific concerns around rate capping and exactly how that would be applied. Second area is around performance metrics and council profiles. You'll be aware that the government have already released council profiles, and the idea is that they'll make them more detailed in future, which the provisions in this bill, some of them are aimed at. For example, changing the list of compulsory activities. Submission welcomes the greater transparency this is aimed at, but repeats some of the concerns we've expressed previously around the sort of slightly rudimentary nature of the data that's in those council profiles and the lack of context that's given to them. The third area is around utility. where we express a concern about the removal of the requirement to consider tikanga Māori when making appointments to CCO boards, as well as making a broader point that the bill mustn't negatively impact the partnership arrangements that we have with Māori, and that other councils have likewise. The fourth area in the submission was a concern around DCs. However, with apologies, we misread the provisions in the bill as they relate to DCs, and we now retract our concern as articulated in the draft submission. So with Council's approval, we intend to remove that section in its entirety from the submission. Our concern was that, as we set out, that the intention to deduct the value of work would over-credit developers and underfund infrastructure, passing a bigger cost burden onto ratepayers. But in fact, the wording of the bill sort of ensures that won't be the case, so we're happy to remove that entirely. Just turning quickly to the debate that took place during the Chair's report, there are two main themes from that discussion that I picked up. The first was around what more we would like to see from central government, particularly in a context in which they're pushing for us to reduce our rates. And there's a whole list of things that we can absolutely add into the report, things that we've asked government for previously, things like GST on rates, other funding and financing tools, allowing councils to charge rates against Crown-owned properties such as schools, all those sorts of things. We can absolutely add that into the submission if that's the will of council. The second theme was around councils working more closely together, for example, on shared services. On that one, it would be helpful to understand what you would like us to say on that in the submission, if it's the will of council for us to say something on it. Is it sort of telling the community about what we're doing in that space? Is it a comment that councils need to go further? Are we asking government to make a requirement in that space? Or is it looking, more broadly still at the form and function of local government to achieve better outcomes and return on investment? The last comment I'd make is wherever the bill ends up, clearly it and the broader government reform programme will be sort of front and centre of our work going forward, and of the induction programme with the new and returning councillors later this year. So we'll definitely be returning to these issues in due course. I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Yes, we will go into questions. There is no current mover or seconder, but I'm happy to move and second it, subject to the debate, because I haven't heard how you feel about it yet. So, any questions of James on that? This is a substantial piece of legislative change. So I know we've had a little bit on workshops, but I really welcome your drilling into it now so that we can have confidence in the product that goes to Select Committee, which I understand I will be speaking to because it is before the end of this term. Angela, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I was just interested, correct me if I'm wrong, James, we didn't look at asking them to define what other recreational facilities are, because they do mention core services as also being libraries, there was something else, and other recreational facilities. Do we have any understanding of why we didn't ask them to define that, or what have they defined that?
I'm not aware of any sort of question or more detail on that, but we can absolutely sort of ask for more detail to be provided in the next version of the draft, or
not unless anybody. No. Blah, blah, blah. No.
Sorry, I mean, if we want the bill to specify what they mean, we can. Yeah.
What I'm particularly interested in, councils, is you've got an attached submission. It reflects a lot of things. Is there anything anybody wants to question? Because otherwise, it's going to go in that form, and that will be the form that I submit on the points that this council has adopted. Any further questions?
Well, no, sorry, on that, I don't think I can support this, but only simply because I just have not had the capacity to read it, and there are things that personally I agree with that we are saying we don't agree with. But no, I do think you need to ask to define other recreational facilities, because they go on about councils need to be in the business of core business. They list core business as being what we do expect, as well as libraries and something else and other. So I think if they're going to be specific with councils in the future of core services, then you need to know what they mean by that.
I think there's 77 other councils have asked that.
Yeah, it's not a small
and
thing.
my understanding that DIA officials are very aware of councillors asking that.
Okay,
And I think if we mention that in our submission
yeah,
formally, then, you know,
Yeah.
the next version of the bill or a further reading, then hopefully they'll give more definition, because I think you're right, because I think everyone's struggling with some of the ambiguity in those. And
yeah,
I've sort of got deja vu from like 8 and 12 years ago. We've sort of been down this
Yeah.
track before, exactly that same point.
yeah.
Yeah.
We'll end up in the same position, so, yeah. Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion? I'm happy to, you've signed off this submission, Lance, and it's been very much a staff-led off the back.
You're signing it off.
No, yeah, but I mean, you've signed it at the moment, the draft at this point in time. And I think it would add great weight to it at a select committee if you and I co-jointly presented it, given its strong references to Taituara. So I would like to amend that, Amy, with the Chief Executive's support, that the Chief Executive and the Mayor present to the Select Committee. Just in terms of the detail, I note, because I became aware of a little bit more closer detail around waste services and core, because we've been having the rhetoric of roads, water and waste. But as I understand it, the amendment proposes the core service definition is only the waste management. It isn't anything to waste minimisation, recycling schemes and the like are all exempt from that definition of core business.
They're not included within the definition,
They're not
correct?
included. I think, given that we are leaders in the space of food recycling and other events, we should maybe challenge that and suggest that the entirety of the waste activities is included, not just the picking up the rubbish and disposing bit of it, because that doesn't even make sense to me. Others may have a different view. Is there any other view? And have we picked up we've had a conversation about rates capping in workshops. Have we picked that up, Council? Has James picked that up to us, to our satisfaction? Okay, well, we're going to go into debate then, because there are no further questions. And I think this is one of the great, I'll go and I'll do it in debate. I've moved. Is there a seconder, please? Maxine will second, thank you. Okay, didn't think I'd get to the debate so quickly, so I'll go to the debate now. One of the great tragedies is the lack of time that we've had to really delve into the detail of this. Out of all things, we've been pretty weighed down with RMA reform, local water's done well, and a whole raft of other things. This is an exceptionally important piece of work, it really is. And I've had a little bit of time through my roles on Local Government New Zealand to get into the detail, but I know here in Hamilton we haven't had the same amount of time to really delve in. I'm loath to let it go without full buy-in of council, and I suspect some of you will vote against it, because, like me, there are parts that you can fully adhere to, and there are some parts that make you uncomfortable. And I want to say straight up, that is me too. There is some language and there are some expressions of thought in there that I don't personally own. But if the council votes this through as a majority decision, I will own them, because that's what the mayor does. The mayor represents the council, and I will go to select committee and I will speak to the points that are in this submission, because that's my role. I think this is going to have a fundamental impact on the way councils work. And if we value some things that are not included or not given effect to in this amendment, we need to be bold in saying so, because once things have gone, they're really hard to get back. So if there are some things that we value as a council providing, we must say so. I support the staff's comments around being a fast growth council. For the last 3 years, I have been, every time I've had a connect with a minister, I have said that fast growing metros are in a different class than other councils across the country. The pressures we face are quite different. My concern is that some of this will hobble us a little bit in terms of dealing with our growth, or it will mean we have to put resources into growth and hobble and take them out of community, and I do not want to see that. I've argued against that in the past. Community is important. So before I finish, the one message I want to make is that it's a balance to be struck here, and we must get that balance right. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Good points that you've made there. I speak also in support of Council's submission on the bill, and I think that it makes some really serious concerns that we need to be able to put on the record, and I think the submission raises them well. The removal of the 4 well-beings and narrowing council down to core services, might sound tidy on paper, but in reality, it just strips away our ability to respond to what communities actually want. So we're not just about pipes, roads and rubbish. We're also about livability, safety and what we've talked about in a lot of our meeting today, well-being. The bill also frames rates rises as they're simply poor financial discipline at councils, and I don't believe that to be true. The real driver for our costs is our critical infrastructure, water, transport and growth, just as you've talked about, Mayor Paula. All those things can't be avoided. Pretending it's about councils overspending is misleading. Thirdly, the partnership with Mana Whenua, weakening that sends us backwards. In Hamilton here, we've to work really hard to build stronger relationships with Mana Whenua. Everyone wants to ease pressures on households. We just need to look out into our communities to understand the pressure that they're under currently. But the bill won't do that. Instead, it makes things unclear and harder for council. So I support our submission and the need to make those points strongly at the Select Committee. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Look, there are some very good points in the submission, no doubt about it, especially things like pointing out quite clearly that in the last 60 years, councils rates have been 2% of GDP. I support the commentary around the constant treadmill cycle of us reviewing plans and reviewing budgets and all of those things that are in here. So there are some very good things. However, I haven't had time to really go into it. So for me, I'll be voting against it. As an example, I have held the view for a very long time, or my political career really, that economic development for councils is everything that we do in terms of core infrastructure. So I have some sympathy for the government's views on some councils being involved in a very, very broad economic development portfolio, and I have always been I've been consistent on that. I also do hold a view not on rates capping as a blunt tool, because that won't work, but there is merit in the suggestion that rates are set to some measurable metric, and that gives ratepayers surety. So I have some sympathy there as well, and I think that if we're simply talking about yes, no to rates capping, then we're doing our residents a disservice. It is why I proposed 3.8% in the 2012, I think it was LTP, over 10 years to give people some certainty. It's also why in the past I proposed setting rates at CPI. Ironically, had we done that, and that was an incredibly unpopular not only by colleagues at the time, but by the whole community. Had we done that, we wouldn't be in the position that we are today. But I think it's all about giving residents some surety over a long period of time, so that suddenly it's not, ta-da, hey, guess what, there's a 15% rates increase. So that's the political views that I hold on that. But it is a good submission. I'm sorry I haven't had time to be able to have meaningful conversation with my colleagues about it.
Wilson?
Yes, look, I think there are parts of the submission that is good. I think there is also parts that are not good. I truly believe that it is up to the government to have the ability to change whether or not local government needs to focus on core. And I believe, in fact, that the fact that we've had the 4 pillars has meant that incremental creep has permeated its way into local government's behaviour. And it's attracted elected members who really truly believe that local governments are a way of trying to influence outcomes that are really the purview of central government. Our critical role are those critical services, and we've ended up with incremental creep. And I reject Councillor Maxine's suggestion that it hasn't been the issues of well-being that has led to a level of debt. It's been all the core infrastructure. I would remind this chamber we have spent tens of millions of dollars on nice-to-haves, things like in-lane bus stops, raised platforms, just to mention a few. And that has particularly come to bear over the last 3 or 4 years. So I think actually the central government saying, no, stop. Focus on the critical core infrastructure is an appropriate mechanism. Forget the incremental creep. Stick to your business. The fact that we haven't done that has led to the level of indebtedness that this council has, an addiction to spending, and there are a number of those people around the council who want to come back again and have another bite at the cherry, and that they see an opportunity with more headroom now that we've siphoned off the water. They want to do even more and laden the fellow ratepayers to come with even more debt. So the government's got it right. Stick to the core infrastructure because we haven't done that well.
Councillor Bitter, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't approve the submission. There are too many parts of this to debate in 2 minutes or challenged by questions today. The basic principle is pretty simple. A shortage of rates is never going to be solved by central government. GST or more subsidies simply means central government will need to put up taxes on the same people who can't pay their rates now. It isn't solved by DCs, fees and charges on people who can't afford new houses now. It isn't solved by more debt to balance the books now. The bill as it stands is a real opportunity to re-engineer council, and I don't want to limit that change with the opposition in this draft submission.
Casey Cox.
Yeah, I'll be supporting the submission. I think it makes really good points. I just want to pick up on something Councillor Wilson said around the tens of millions of dollars going into in-lane bus stops and raised safety platforms. We are legitimering, or whatever it's called, all of our requests at the moment, and I did put in a request for information around the total cost of those transport investments in our previous long-term plan, and the total cost was 10 million. So tens of millions is sort of seems to exaggerate the point a little bit to me. Yeah. Mm.
That's just not factually true.
Oh, well, yeah.
No, well, hang on. Well, okay, let's stop.
Well,
both stop, please.
Yeah.
If you're raising a point of order, raise a point of order, please, Ewan.
That the information she's provided is inaccurate. That's number is Amy?
I might have, if I phrased it incorrectly, I'm sorry, but my legoima is there for you to look at.
Hang on, I just want to understand the point of order first. And sorry, Anna, just wait 1 minute, because I'm not quite sure what's being challenged, so let's see. So you're suggesting that one part of what she said was incorrect, which is?
Correct, because I'm saying that the aggregate amount of in-lane bus stops, raised platforms and cycleways over the last 5 years, which is what I said in my debate,
Yeah, well,
so
I said-
accuracy.
Yeah,
Please
I said
remain
the
respectful.
Well, in which case, Madam Chair, it's easy. She needs to apologise for her comment because she didn't take the time frame that I gave.
I used a different time frame.
Okay, so look.
So is that an apology?
Sorry, I didn't hear you say 5 years.
Okay.
But tens of millions in 5 years, I'd have to go back and have a look. So I'm not sure you're accurate. So I would question
Well, if
your
you include
accuracy.
the SURF funding
I'm
alone,
going to, look, excuse
it's more
me,
than that.
I'm going to rule
council's
in,
funded.
excuse me, but I'm chairing the meeting. I am going to rule that yes, Ewan has made a correction to the facts. You have acknowledged that. Please move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. that's all that's my debate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tauriki.
Kia ora tātou. Tautoko katoa tēnei tāpaitanga kōrero, support the submission. And I want to just reflect on a decision that many councils from around the country made in 2023. And I want to thank James and his team for the work that you've done, particularly around the provisions of the te tiriti within that submission. And just a reminder for us all, and I'm quite confident that many councils from around the country are having this exact same kōrero, where 75% of councils from across the country asked to strengthen, to reinforce te tiriti provisions within legislation. And so this is our chance to have another go at reminding the government around what 75% of the nation wants, and we're just part of that. So I think this is good. We are reinforcing that message, and I guess that's part of what our job is. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. In supporting today's submission, it isn't a vote to say let's keep putting up rates. Our projected rates increases are already too large, and we have to work hard as a council to look at ways to bring those down. And we know that, right? That's why we've entered into the Waters CCO with Waikato District Council, why we have talked this morning about the need to move to shared services. We have to look at ways to do things differently to bring in costs. But I think in terms of the issues raised here, there are, for example, rates capping. We don't have any clarity over what that may look like. And there could be ways to do that smartly, or there could be ways to do that in a very blunt way that actually end up putting some councils in a position where they can't fund basic maintenance and infrastructure. So at this stage, without seeing details, it's very hard to say that yes, we should be behind it, or no, it couldn't work. But also, I think this makes a good point that ultimately our funding mechanism is unsustainable. Other places around the world, their local councils do receive some revenue share from government, and any discussion around capping rates increases has to be hand in hand with government contribution and other funding models, and funding models that aren't just tolling roads, because congestion charging may work elsewhere, but it's not something that I think anyone's going to be suggesting here for Hamilton anytime soon. So they need to be realistic ways of raising revenue as well. So look, similar to Mayor Paula, I mean, we haven't had time to delve into redesigning this whole submission, but I think at the heart of it is that localism is important, and on principle, I support localism, and so I will support this submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Huata.
Kia ora, Mayor Paula. One of the most biggest challenges I find as a councillor is the amount of reading and consuming of lots and lots of information that we have to get through. And so I fully understand and support what Deputy Mayor Angela has said, that even though we were given time to read this submission and we're given the opportunity to feed back before this point, it's still a huge shock document to get through. But I'm also fearful that if we don't go with what we've got, that we might not get the opportunity to have our say. And I want to thank James and the team for the immense amount of mahi that you put into this. And I did have a read through, but it takes a lot to consume and actually comprehend the mahi. However, overall, it's not 100%, but that's not our fault. We're being balked by loads and loads of different bills all over the place. And I, as a tangata whenua, know that. So I want to acknowledge the part about acknowledging partnership with Māori. And that's a super important part, and fully tautoko support the kōrero from Councillor Sarah and her thoughts and opinions about the different things at rates capping and localisation. So I support the submission. given that we were given time. It might not have been enough time, but I don't think we ever get enough time to do what we need to do.
Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, I battled with this this item. There are many parts to it that I personally support, such as the partnerships and Te Tiriti. I don't particularly support the rates capping, but there are some really meaty issues here. And parts of it I like, even within the items, you know, it's quite conflicted and contentious. And I think that actually the more appropriate process would be that individual councils submit alone, because I think narrowing it down to one single opinion when we're dealing with such a complex issue is not a fair reflection of the whole council, and that we're never going to get a true record of what we do and don't agree with. So on that basis, I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, any further debate? Right of reply. It's a shame when council doesn't have the time to do this really important piece of work, and I do understand the fast pace of change has made it hard, especially when it converges with an election time and many of you are busy in the election period. It doesn't always lead to the best outcome. Just want to say a few political things. Absolutely 100% support the greater transparency that the government is driving for, but I would have liked to have seen a wider set of metrics as are used in New South Wales to tell the whole picture, which includes capital investment and things we've actually done and achieved for the money that we've spent. I personally, as I said in my report, believe the time for local government reform is now. It is time for clarity of purpose. It's a good conversation to have, although I may not be on the same page as everyone as to what that is. It is a good time for collaboration and partnership with central government to work this out. I don't particularly like in the submission specific references to Labour or to National. It seems a little bit accusational, and I think we'd better... yeah, that's it, accusatory. I was trying to think what the word was. And I think we'd be better just to stick to central government, previous or now, because that is the case. What is always the case is change is inevitable when governments change. And at the moment we are operating under this central government and we've got to respond. We did have some workshops, we did have some conversations, but really difficult. Everything has landed at once: water, RMA reform, etc., etc. So I do understand where you're coming from, but I think it's we must do our best to inform change at every stage and every opportunity that we have. This is the first step. I think there'll be much more conversation to be had through the Select Committee and when the Select Committee comes out with their findings. So for that reason, even though I also do not like every part of the submission, I am moving it forward to go to Select Committee. We'll go to the vote. He's left even before the debate, so.
The motion is carried 7-4-6 against.
Well, that's a good case of councillors staying in the meeting, isn't it, for important items. Okay, let's go to the next one, which is now the adoption of the events policy, item 11.
We have a motion for this as well.
You do, thank you. Can we put that one up, please? Where's he gone?
No.
Well, there you go. No, I did not. People have got to make their own view on that. Okay, so we've got a motion here. We've got all the readings, so staff, I don't want to over-labour the staff report. If you've got some clarity, that's fine. Can I just, before we go there, can I ask Angela to explain? Yeah, can I ask Councillor O'Leary to explain what she is adding to the discussion?
Yes, just a slight change as I emailed colleagues last night, strengthening the 3A in the policy to provide more surety that we will, which will also be consistent with the rest of the policy. And then we're just looking for a feedback loop back to the council around the events enablement work program, because that's basically the action plan. So we want staff to engage with stakeholders as that plan's rolling out, and there's some fantastic things in that plan that Erin's been working on, and then report back to the new council with the feedback on the policy's effectiveness and any areas for improvement. So self-explanatory.
Thank you. Staff, have you got anything you want to add that we need to be aware of before we ask questions and debate?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I just wanted to acknowledge the CBD event organisers whose feedback informed the development of this policy, and also the fact that we obviously undertook the targeted engagement on this policy as part of this process. And as a Deputy Mayor, explain the policy sits alongside the significant work underway on the Events Enablement Work Programme, which aims to reduce red tape and ensure a customer-centric approach to our service. So I'd just like to really briefly outline the key areas that are currently either being completed or being worked on. So the event permitting process mapping has been completed, and it's identified the myriad of touch points that we have right across the organisation. So while the events team kind of coordinate that, it is actually the events touches so many parts of our organisation. The permitting classification of low, medium, high, which I know was a point of some concern for a lot of our organisers, has been reviewed. And I've assessed that against the approaches of other councils, and I also looked at the customer-facing experience for our event organisers, and I'm proposing removal of these classifications. I've asked how we can strengthen our terms and conditions and looking at simplifying our requirements. A smart application form is under development, and that will ensure we have better alignment with our parks booking system, but it's also a really good way of testing the need for a specific events portal. We held a noise workshop with CBD event holders in July, and the feedback from participants was that it was really valuable in ensuring they had a greater understanding of this space, and it'd be fair to say there were quite a few aha moments for them as well, which was really great. The noise and sound setup plans for Victoria on the River, Hamilton Lake and Garden Place are underway, and Marshall Day is undertaking that work. Our transport team will shortly begin discussions around looking at standardised traffic management plans, just knowing that that's a little bit of a volatile space with some new regulation coming through from government. Our insurance team have developed an extremely comprehensive assessment of public liability approaches and benchmark that against other councils, and it's recommended that they provide a workshop to the incoming council on risk appetite. The new events handbook will be drafted by the end of September, and I'd really like to acknowledge Chantal's work, our events manager working alongside our contractor, and also the offer from Jeremy at Creative Waikato has offered to peer review that to make sure we're hitting the mark from a customer-facing point of view. So I really want to acknowledge his willingness to help in that respect. And the final thing that I just wanted to highlight, something I'm really excited about, is holding an inaugural event symposium on the 20th of November at Hamilton Gardens. We're going to invite community organisers from across the city to attend, and it's really going to be a mix of inspiration, education and networking, and the start of a number of regular conversations we can have with them, and we'll also be launching the events handbook at that event. So really excited about that opportunity. And on that note, I'm really happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, are there any questions? Because it does seem reasonably straightforward, and I don't want to stop your questions just because it's been a long day, but pretty straightforward. Okay, we'll go to debate. Angela.
Yeah, just quickly, look, thank you to staff for their work on this policy, and particularly thank you to my colleagues who supported the creation of this policy through the LTP. This is all about reducing red tape and making it easier to bring events and to hold events. And as we've seen through the course of debate in the chamber today, we need more activation, so we need it to be easier. I'd like to note that we do still need visibility on how some of the improvements are tracked and delivered and communicated, which is why Councillor Pike and I have added the two things to the motion. You know, a definition of a policy is a course of principle of action adopted by an organisation. So the enablement plan that Erin has worked on that sits behind this, that's the implementation, that's the driver, and that's the thing we need to measure. That's also what the motion's going to do. So I want to thank also Dr. Jeremy and Vanessa for inputting, and actually all of our event organisers that Erin reached out to. Let's get on with it and make our, particularly our inner city, much, much easier to hold events and activate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tauriki.
Great. Oh. Yep. Yep.
Either way. Thank you to Deputy Mayor for her work on forming the amendment with me, and to all of those who gave their time and feedback on this item as well. The intention of this item is that we just feel that many parties and interests and events aren't. Sorry, I'll start again. Events are held by many different groups and festivals, from Festivals Weird to Balloon Festival to Diwali Festival at the Lake, and each event organiser has a wide range of resources, or lack thereof, from grassroots one-man bands to groups with marketing teams and ticket management. And the key in my mind to this policy is having systems that enable both sides of the scale. Vibrant events don't have to be expensive with pages of traffic management plans, but I repeatedly hear that this red tape puts people off holding events. So I thank staff for their work on this. It does largely address the issues that we have raised, which is the intention to enable events and support them to happen. The action plan that is attached to the policy will address the key issues of noise, insurance, having a key contact, and clearer customer service. The handbook will be a key resource for our event holders, and the symposium will be great as well. So I look forward to seeing these plans turn into actions and the feedback that will help this become a success moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Tauriki.
Thank you, Erin. You and your team's work. Just want to pick up on and just echo some of the comments from Councillor O'Leary and Councillor Pike. Particularly appreciate the provision on 6A, local businesses, and as we really want to position local businesses to benefit during some of these events. Quite often we sometimes look outside of our region to help build the event. And so as part of tracking how these things go and how they are put together, it will be really good to get our local businesses involved at the front end. So really excited to see that we want to include them in the event planning and the execution. So well done. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thanks, Erin, for the great work that you've done here. It's wonderful, actually. I also want to acknowledge and thank the Deputy Mayor for her work, in fact, bringing this to us and our committee. An enabling events policy is just what we need. And Paula, I think you knew exactly what you were doing when you appointed Angela to be the city's cultural ambassador. To me, this is a true example of being able to be using best practice for consultation and engagement with the right stakeholders. Some of the best that we've seen, frankly. Thank you for that. And the principle at the very heart of the policy, how can we make this happen, is exactly the kind of positive, solutions-focused approach that our city needs. We all know that events bring vibrancy, connection and the economic benefit to Hamilton, and this policy provides the right framework to support them. I'm happy to support it and for the policy adoption to be moved through. Thank you.
Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Firstly, thank you to my colleagues who first raised this as a piece of work in the recent long-term plan, and also to staff who have worked on developing it. I think it's really important that it's easy to hold events here. We want our city to be vibrant, and if we turn it into a headache, or we impose avoidable or unnecessary costs, particularly onto small community groups, then we will just make it too hard and people will get burnt out. They'll just decide it's in the too hard basket. So we want it to be easier, and we want to ensure that when people work with council, they're getting a consistent person to work with, they're always getting a good response, that they turn up and the key is there, or that there aren't difficulties that they face last minute as well. I've got to say I'm really pleased to see that this will come back to us in 12 months to see how it's going, because council as an organisation does tend to be risk averse, and I'm still not convinced that we're fully going to nail this in terms of, and so maybe we will, and I really hope that we do, but I do want to see how it goes in terms of the response from events community, to see whether they genuinely do find we've made it easier and we have actually reduced red tape. So the intent is there, and that's awesome. I'm fully behind the team doing this work, but it is hard when you're in a bureaucratic kind of organisation. So it's not a criticism of anyone, but just working within council and all the different departments and all of the different rules you have to deal with and all the risks we deal with can make it really hard to make something smooth and streamlined. So good luck, and I look forward to good results at the end of the 12 months. Thank you.
Councillor Huata.
I just want to add to this chain of positivity and give out some virtual gold stars. A gold star for the event handbook, a gold star for the symposium taking place in November, a gold star for making processes easier for event organisers, more gold stars for actioning citywide activation, a gold star for community collaboration, gold stars for providing resource and staff support to our event organisers, and a gold star for alignment to key plans and strategies. And finally, a mihi to our council team that were very supportive and came to the fore at the last moment. I think it was like maybe a week and a half before the whikoi or the hikoi for the Treaty Principles Bill took place in November last year. And I think within about a week and a half, we were able to come together and ensure that there was robust health and safety plans in place to be able to accommodate and manage the hikoi with thousands. And I've never seen that many people in Garden Place before in my life. So just a mihi to our staff who can do it with the resources that they have. But this event policy will enable us to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. On that train of positivity, I will also jump on board, 100% in support of this. Love to see everything from the very big events around the bridges, Hamilton Arts Festival, Balloons over Waikato, etc., to the very small, including buskers and opportunities for emerging artists to stand in public spaces and show what they have. I just want to add a couple of thanks. Thanks to the team under Sean at H3, who are dynamic and forward-looking and always looking for opportunities to support events, big or small, or even to attract them in the first place. So thank you to H3 for the work that you do, Sean, but also in-house with the rest of the staff who deal with community leaders all across the city. Big ups to our ethnic communities who quite often put on really amazing events on the smell of an oily rag or a very small contribution from the Community Events Fund. And also community leaders who pour time, money and sometimes financial backing into events that we all benefit from. And I'm living in hope and optimism or excitement about also the use of the new Waikato Theatre for community use and community events, adding to that vibrancy of the CBD as we have been promised. So may it be. Go to write a reply, please.
you. Thanks, colleagues, for indulging me today. With, oh, no, that's okay.
So thank you to
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues. I've had lots of rights of reply and lots of motions today, and you've all just, you know, hanging on my every word. Look, I just want to say thank you on behalf of all of the event organisers. Thank you for the comments and the debate. Thank you, Councillor Van Osten, for your comments and for reminding me to say that this policy is a culture shift for the organisation from a council may to a council will, and I appreciate that being included. Councillor Thompson, you mentioned the bureaucracy, and you're not wrong, and it isn't a criticism. Someone very wise once said to me, not long ago actually, when I was having a frustration rant about, oh, it feels like we are constantly getting in front of people going, this is the reasons why we can't do this, rather than this is the reasons why we can. And that very smart person said to me, the organisation is an entity that has been around a lot longer than you and a lot longer than any politician, and will continue after you've all gone. And I thought, yeah, okay, I get that. But so I really appreciate this turn in culture for this policy, and I actually look forward to possibly a more changing culture for future policies and future decisions around a can-do attitude. So I really appreciate that in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to the vote on the board, please. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. We'll move very swiftly to the tree policy. If we can get through the next few items, we will, and move into public excluded. We'll have a quick break and stretch legs at that point. So hang in, please, everyone. Okay, thank you. And I was asking for this. We are tight on time today. I was asking for this meeting to start with the beautiful video that we saw around the award-winning technology for trees, which we probably don't have time for. Have you got it or no? No. Did you bring it? No, never mind. I had asked for that because I thought it was fantastic, but some of us have seen it. Please circulate the link. Please circulate the link to councillors for that. And just before you start, congratulations to the staff for this award-winning approach to understanding trees in our city. And off the back of that, off you go. Talk about this report.
Kia ora koutou. We actually did use that technology at the very beginning of this research for this, so it was lovely to see it recognised. So.
But I would be happy for Sarah, who has championed good work with trees, to move, and then I would be happy to second.
No, I mean, I'm happy. Anyone else?
No, do you want to move it?
I'm happy to move them.
You move it, I'll second it. Okay, it's no biggie, just go.
Kia ora koutou. I'm excited today to be bringing the report for the deliberations and adoption of the tree policy. We've spoken about this a few times, so really it's a balanced approach to tree management. It seeks to mitigate some of the tree loss that we're experiencing in our council-owned trees. So, and to create efficiencies in the way that we do things. It's been widely supported. There's about 80% support, and we've had lots of good feedback on it. So I will, if that's everything, I'm happy to take questions.
Okay. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. Very quickly, just on page 75, point 22 under financial considerations, you highlight that cost to council could arise if the level of service changes, and that's particular for tree pruning, I'm assuming, in our parks?
Sorry, I'm looking at Maria here because she's...
Maybe...
So yes, Councillor Ewan, any future council can choose to make any changes to levels of service in tree provision, which would impact costs.
Right. So just so I get a better understanding, so would you have an indication of what those costs would be if we suddenly decided to implement the pruning to the level that we are going to do actually in the parks?
So if your question, so currently street trees are maintained on a 1 or 2 year rotation based on best practice and the road that they're in and the species. The difficulty for us in the park tree context is it's been such a long time since we've done scheduled maintenance that we'd need to do the first bit of gathering all of the information and condition assessments for those trees before we could design the schedule. So there's the last proposal that we put to the LTP was suggesting that funding to do that condition assessment work was granted, and then we come back with the quantum of what routine maintenance would look like.
And do you recall what the figure was?
Not off the top of my head. Sorry, Councillor Yeo.
Thank you. No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bidder.
Thank you. Maria, can you confirm that the right tree, right place policy will consider avoiding planting kowhais in public places accessible by children because they are poisonous?
So I can confirm right tree, right place is intended to avoid any scenarios with conflicts with use and the tree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just noting the submission for kowhai trees and bee toxicity. I do know a little bit about the subject, but just good to do good bee due diligence. Had the submitter tested their honey for alkaloids? Do we know?
I'm sorry, I can't draw that
don't
detail straight off the way.
Are we aware of any reports of alkaloid toxicity in honey for in Hamilton?
The conversations that I've had have been with Sarah Cross and Dr. Mark Goodwin, who's an international expert on honey, and their opinion, or the expert opinion, was that there are some things that cause problems for honey, and obviously Tootin is one. There are a range of plants that could potentially cause issues, but they have never seen any. And yeah, Dr. Mark Goodwin did his PhD on bee range, and so he's done a lot of work exactly on that topic. So, yeah.
And if the submitter did feel that the kowhai was a strong contributing factor, then they could perhaps shift their hives during flowering season, which is a similar practice as they do with Tootin toxicity.
From what I understand, it's quite reasonably common practice to move hives around according to season if they need to find food. So.
And this hasn't been an issue identified by MPI?
Not that I don't believe so.
Thank you.
I'll leave you to take that offline because I'm sure that if there's further work required, it can go there. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question, and I apologise, I may be missing it, but to what extent were concerns about trees damaging footpaths and underground infrastructure and also blocking street lighting taken into account when updating the policy?
So that's covered partly by right tree, right place, but also I can't remember which clause it is off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, I may just be missing it.
No, it is in here. So, you know, if something if a tree damages infrastructure, that is something that we would take seriously. So, but we also have to balance that against the benefits of the tree and what we can do to mitigate. I'd also just like to note that some of the submitters that spoke about that, they were talking about notable trees which are covered under the district plan and have a different range of protections. But this policy would not preclude us taking action to mitigate problems like this.
Thank you, and I'll try to frame this as a question. How often do we council receive concerns from residents about that particular issue, and how responsive are we able to be, and does the updated policy take into account the ability to respond?
I think
Thank you, Councillor Tim. That's a level of service question.
Yeah.
Our response is determined by our level of service. So in the case of street trees, we have that proactive maintenance schedule. We do get calls coming into the call centre, and they are assessed by an arborist, and programmed maintenance is scheduled if it's required. So in the case that you described, a street tree blocking a street light, we would expect to respond at the next maintenance visit if it was coming up imminently, or to do it out of schedule if we needed to.
Yeah, okay. Possibly something I need to take offline, but thank you. No, I didn't ask for it. The degree to which we can be responsive.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
that's
We can come back to you on that.
one quick. It's a mechanical issue, it's an operation.
We respond to all customer inquiries, and there is sometimes a difference opinion between a professionally trained arborist and what a customer feels is appropriate. But we do respond to customer inquiry.
That is not a surprising comment, but there you go. Okay, so we've had questions. We'll go to debate and move to the mover. Thanks, Louise. You can hold for the right of reply. I was also not going to debate. Just again to put on the formal record, a huge congratulations of the staff for the award-winning and technological and digital tool that has been acknowledged as the best. This will really help us going forward. So thank you, staff. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I intend to support this. I know it's an item that Councillor Serra has championed for some time, and I wasn't at all supportive in the last LTP, where we had indicated a level of service that would have led to considerable expenditure with trimming in our gardens. But I'm happy for the policy to be developed. I would be, and I just refer to page 75.22, where council staff are raising the fact that if we do decide to implement a service level change, there could be a significant financial ramification. And of course, I'm concerned about that when the council is burdened with so much debt that's costing us $62 million a year, or 20.5% of our revenue is servicing debt, or 1/5. And so we have to be very mindful of reckless spending. But the policy itself seems pretty harmless, but it will be in the detail when elected members try to slide in service level changes in the future.
Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Honourable mention to my good friend Phil Evans for raising issues related to bees. He and I both like trees, and for the record, I do actually like cyclists. However, this is not primarily about bees, it is about children. Every part of a kowhai tree is poisonous. That is a Department of Conservation fact. The big yellow flowers are attractive to children as well as bees. I like bees. I'm not particularly fond of children. However, I do think we should avoid poisoning the smelly, messy, noisy and expensive future voters. So I have confirmed with staff that this is a consideration in the right tree, right place policy, and it might save a few bees.
Okay, Councillor McIndoe.
Think about the children.
Thank you, Your Worship. I love children, and a very happy second birthday to my elder granddaughter tomorrow. I would like to just make a few comments. One of the things that I particularly love about Hamilton is that we are a city of trees. And gosh, when we sit up on the 9th floor, isn't it fabulous to look out and see how many there are? And I appreciate the fact that writing a policy of this type is possibly one of those things where you could just go on forever and ever trying to incorporate different aspects. I personally would like to see the policy be more specific about tree damage to footpaths and underground infrastructure and also the comment about blocking street lighting. I am going to support the adoption, but as I say, if there were further tweaks to be made, I'd like to see that happen, because I think some of our ratepayers and residents do get a little bit concerned sometimes at what they perceive to be a lack of responsiveness in that area. I appreciate the fact that flax is not considered a tree and therefore it's not relevant. However, I think that we do have an issue in some parts of the city, and therefore I hope that in some other way we might be able to find a way of perhaps reducing our dependence on flax. I know that it's really important sometimes, particularly in the Tui project, to have flax beside kōwhai, and that's good. But maybe if we can just give a bit more thought to that. The final thing I just wanted to make a point, and I am no beekeeper, I have no expertise in this area, but on the day that we heard the submission about the toxicity of kōwhai trees, another submitter who was in the room was looking a little bit puzzled. He is a person with a lifetime of experience in these sorts of areas, and I went and spoke to him afterwards, and he did hold a different view, and he subsequently emailed me and included the following comments. Re the claim that kōwhai trees planted in the city are toxic to honeybees. I won't identify who he is, but he asked his wife, who is a beekeeper and a member of the Waikato Beekeepers Club. Their members, according to the submitter, had not... It's only one paragraph. Had not heard about kōwhai trees being a problem for bees. The reference book, Practical Beekeeping in New Zealand, 4th edition, states kōwhai species, and I won't use the scientific name because I'll probably get it wrong, produce nectar that may have a necrotic effect on bees in some years. Affected bees may stay out in cold, wet weather and become too chilled to return to the hive. The narcotic effect of kōwhai nectar rarely affects colonies seriously, rarely affects colonies seriously, and kōwhai is actually a valuable nectar source in many areas. There are many experienced beekeepers who could probably verify this comment.
Thank you.
So it's just a different point of view, and I'm no expert to judge.
This was about trees and it's really about bees. But anyway, moving straight on. Deputy Mayor. I know, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, thank you to those that were involved, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Hutt. Originally, I remember when you raised, let's have a tree policy, I thought, that's a daft thing to do. Why would you have a tree policy? But based on the submissions that we got and the resulting policy, I think it's a great idea. And Tautoko Councillor McIndoe's nod to the beautiful canopy and the greenery of our city. It's interesting hearing from Maria around everyone's a road engineer and everyone's also an arborist. I am not an arborist because every tree on my property leans. So when I go outside and I walk around, I just walk around like this and everything's straight. But I also remember, like, again, this gives people certainty and it gives people a place they can go to understand, because I recall over the years getting an email from an angry resident saying, why is council coming into my street chopping down my trees? And I got another one the next day from a resident in the same street saying, well, thank God council's coming in and chopping down those trees. So things change over time. I really like the principle, right tree in the right place. We know that thinking changes. We know that where we have over decades planted a tree that we know is going to lift roots, now we put in root guards and we put in the right trees. So great work on this policy, those that led it, and great work from staff. I wholeheartedly support a policy I didn't think we needed.
Anna Case-Cox.
Yeah, I'd like to also acknowledge all the people involved in bringing this together, and I believe Martin Gallagher was a proponent for it too, but so it's been in the works for a long time. But I guess what I wanted to talk about too was the potential of trees in terms of our the heat stress that our city's going to face into the future with climate change, and how important this looking after our trees is, and particularly as we intensify as well. And in terms of like opportunities, I guess, to collaborate, I know, you know, we're all very concerned with the costs of the rates increase, etc. So looking to collaborate with, you know, public health, I'm sure they have an interest, or I hope health has an interest in reducing heat stress. It's certainly going to impact us into the future, so maybe there's an opportunity there to look at those sorts of collaborations to work closer together. And I do think I found myself in a peculiar position during this term, advocating for a whole lot of trees to be removed on a street because they were lifting the footpath. And for someone who advocates for trees, that was quite unusual for me. But at the same time, as Deputy Mayor Angela said, sometimes it's just what we are responding to, and we certainly didn't plant the right trees in the right place on that particular street. So they've all been taken out. So yeah, huge work in this space, and thank you to the team for their work. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Sarah and Councillor Hutt for their passion on trees, and also to staff for their amazing work on this policy. Because I never thought I'd get a chance to speak about bees in council. I will. Bees are very sensitive to many environmental factors and changes, such as glyphosate poisoning from Roundup, which is also commonly used in spring, coincidentally when the kowhai flowers are around. And firstly, it was not an issue that I ever faced or heard was common in the industry, as Councillor McIndoe has pointed out, and I'd be very surprised if this was a widespread issue. If it is, a note to the submitter, if it is just personal to them and their proximity to kowhai trees, then I'd simply encourage them to shift the hives during kowhai flowering season, which is only a few months, which is the same protocol that we use for the management of tutum, which is another poisonous plant to bees and humans. If it is widespread and they firmly have evidence for this, then I'd encourage them to discuss it with MPI, because they're the appropriate forum to discuss a widespread issue. And I think for council, the right tree, right place policy absolutely covers it. And yeah, we'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Cool. Thank you, Mayor Paula. A little while back, I was walking along Palmerston Street and I noticed there's a development going on, and the tree right in front of the development, a big mature tree, had been fenced off, and there was a sign saying tree protection area. This is the kind of thing that we need in our city, particularly people driving and over tree roots, for example, damaging them with heavy trucks. Those kinds of things need to be avoided. So there's a lot of education that's needed around people understanding how to look after street trees. Ultimately, trees, when you live particularly in high density areas, they can make what would be quite an ugly street really pleasant, to be totally frank. And also when you're walking somewhere in summer, it's amazing to actually have some shade and some relief from the sun. Now, trees are all going to take a long time, you know, when they're new, to get to that height, but I do think it's incredibly important that we look to the future in terms of, and ensure that there's a fair spread of trees within our city, because I think some streets have really sad looking trees or nothing at all, and that may just be the result of there not being the right advocates in that street to get something better. I think it's important that all of our streets, where possible, have fair access to good street trees because of all the benefits that they bring. Yeah, so I look forward to understanding how we achieve that, not necessarily doing more maintenance of our trees, but making sure we've got the right resource in place to plant good trees and look after them when they're young if needed, because I've seen quite a few dying, young trees around the city. Maybe it's the wrong tree for that location, but yeah, we need to make sure that when we do put them in, that they do survive as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. We're really just putting in place a sensible approach to managing trees, whether it's for public health and climate reasons like shade and cooling, managing adverse effects like on footpaths, or to support biodiversity, or even just because people really like trees, and I certainly put myself in that category. We saw 80% of support from the community, so I'm not alone in my pro-tree stance, and I've been lobbied by a very persistent member of the public who happens to also live at my house about why we weren't doing more to support trees and protect mature trees, so I look forward to telling my mother the good news when I get home today. I want to thank staff for their work on this because I know so many people have so many hot takes and turning that into a really sensible policy is not always easy. But I did just want to point out that this policy doesn't require an increased level of service. It says that on page 74, and levels of service are generally an operational cost which don't incur debt. Just wanted to point that out.
Let's go to the vote on the board.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Oh, thank you. We're going to move very quickly on to the recommendations from Council from Open Committee. I'm happy to move them all rather than go to the chairs and have them seconded by Emma since she spoke up. Is that okay? And unless there's any debate, we'll go straight, and there really shouldn't be because they're just machinery minute reporting. Everybody happy? We'll go to the vote on the board, please. Thank you.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Well, I move that we move out a resolution to exclude the public, seconded by Councillor Wilson. All in favour? We will be back at 4 for public excluded. Oh, can we come back before then?
Could we come back a little bit earlier? There's a lot of...
Yeah, let's come back at 1:45 after a stretch. I was just wondering when Greg could be here. Greg Timms.